Chapter 16. Doubt. Day 8. 6 days remaining. Nathan closed the door to his office and sat at the concrete slab desk. The display case caught the early light. 5 cards behind museum glass. 3 files open on his laptop. Layer 1, Layer 2, Layer 3, the Crow audit, the SEC complaint with David's forged DocuSign, James Huang's blog post. He read them in order, then in reverse. He picked up his phone, opened David's number. His thumb hovered over the green button. 1 call, 2 sentences. We've done what we can. You should prepare the board for a negotiated exit. Clean, professional. The kind of call he'd made before to other clients when the evidence stacked high enough. He put the phone face down on the desk, then face up, then face down again. The pigeons were on the ledge again. 2 of them, motionless, watching the street 45 stories below. Nathan watched them. Then he turned back to the laptop. Nathan. Nina stood in the doorway. Close the door. She did. Sat across from him without being asked. Legal pad on her knee. Top page blank. 3 layers, she said. At some point, the simplest explanation is that he did it. The simplest explanation is almost never the right one when the evidence arrives on schedule. I've been doing this for 11 years. I've seen CEOs lie to their lawyers, lie to their wives, lie to themselves. David Chen is smart enough to build a $14 billion company. He's smart enough to lie well. He is. Then how are you so sure he isn't? I'm not. Nina leaned back, waited. I'm not sure, Nathan said. I've been sitting here for 40 minutes, trying to talk myself into calling David and telling him to negotiate his exit. Why didn't you? Because the evidence is wrong, and I can't make myself not see that. Walk me through it. Nathan turned the laptop toward her. Wang's blog, paragraph 7, the whiteboard session in conference room 4B. David drawing data schema, specific, detailed, credible. I read it. David's badge puts him on the 4th floor during every one of those meetings. A different floor or a different city. 7 for 7. Huang isn't lying. And David wasn't there. Those 2 things can't both be true unless someone built the meetings. Nina crossed her arms. What if the duplicate Slack account was David's idea? A way to participate without using his primary account. Okafor created it at David's request. The badge logs just mean David called in from his office. Nathan said nothing. I'm not saying I believe that, Nina said. I'm saying a competent attorney will argue it, and a board looking for a reason will accept it. A competent attorney will also explain why the service account was created 4 days after Shaw joined the governance subcommittee. Coincidence. Coincidence. It's a real argument, Nathan. Weak, but real. That's what courts deal in. Nathan stood, walked to his window. 1 pigeon shifted its weight from 1 foot to the other. 43 investigations in my history. Every guilty CEO had a tell. A detail they avoided. A question they redirected. A document they referenced too specifically because they'd studied it. And David? David doesn't avoid anything. He answers questions I haven't asked yet. He handed Yasmin his entire file on the first meeting. Unprompted. Vendor contracts, board minutes, everything, including evidence that could be read against him. Because he's innocent, or because he knows that handing you everything makes him look innocent. Both are possible. Only one matters? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Nina softened. Not much. The legal pad moved half an inch toward the desk. That's not evidence. No. Nina uncrossed her arms. 5 days. Less if they accelerate. Corfield accelerated on day 10. PTR on day 9. If Shaw holds pattern, we have 1 day, maybe 2. Nina stood, stopped at the door. If you're wrong about this, if David did do it and we've burned 8 days defending a guilty man against his own board, then we're wrong. That's not a strategy. No, it's not. She left. Nathan pulled his phone off the desk, opened David's number again. The green button sat there. He could still make the call. He could still walk away clean. 8 days of billable hours, a reasonable invoice, a polite letter explaining that the scope of the engagement had exceeded the firm's capacity to add value. No one would blame him. David would understand. He closed the contact and opened the Vantage Capital file instead. Client number 7. Retained 8 months ago. Standard Governance Advisory. He stared at the file for 10 seconds. Then he closed that too and put the phone in his drawer. He picked up his pen, put it down, picked it up again. Priya knocked on the door frame. The timestamp analysis. Come in. She set a single page on his desk. Didn't sit down. Shaw's governance motion cited 3 data access irregularities. I ran all 3 against Kroll's own forensic logs. The first was a scheduled backup. Automated. The second was routine maintenance. The third was David's admin credentials accessing a restricted partition at 3:47 a.m. And the badge log. David entered the building at 8:12 a.m., 5 hours after the access event. Someone shifted the timestamp by exactly 5 hours in the version Kroll received. That shift is the entire case against David Chen. Everything else is noise. You're sure? Sarah sent the original audit log last night. Timestamps match building security. Clean. The altered version adds 5 hours, 1 number, 1 log. Thank you, Priya. She left. Nathan wrote on his legal pad, 1 number, 1 log, $14 billion. His phone rang. Unknown number, 212 area code. Nathan Ashford. Nathan, Marcus Shaw. The voice was unhurried, warm, the kind of voice that chaired board meetings and ordered wine for the table without looking at the list. I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time. It's 7:30 in the morning. Marcus. Early risers, both of us. People in our line of work tend to be a beat. Though I imagine your mornings have been a bit more crowded lately. New client, high profile. Must be quite a thing, having your whole team focused on a single engagement. Nathan's hand tightened on the pen. Shaw had just named the team structure. Whole team. Single engagement. That wasn't a guess. I take on several clients a year, Nathan said. Of course, I'm a great admirer of the firm, the discretion, the caliber. There's really no one else doing what you do at your level. I appreciate that. I've been meaning to reach out. Actually, unrelated matter. I sit on the board of a data infrastructure company. Mid-stage, strong fundamentals, some governance questions that need careful handling. Your name came up with my general counsel last week. I'm happy to take a meeting. Wonderful. I'll have my office send something over. No rush. A pause. 3 seconds. You know, Nathan, the thing I've always respected about your approach is the patience. Most firms in your space react. You observe. Another pause. Shorter. Though I've noticed, observation has its own timeline. 14 days, for instance. It seems to be about the natural rhythm of these things. Wouldn't you say? Nathan's pen stopped moving. I wouldn't know, he said. No, I suppose you wouldn't. Have a good morning, Nathan. The line went dead. Nathan set the phone down, stared at it. Shaw's voice had carried no edge, no warning, nothing a recording could catch, just a board member reaching out about a potential engagement. Except for 2 things. Whole team, single engagement, and 14 days. Shaw knew the clock. Shaw knew the staffing. Either he had someone inside REDACT's operation, or he wanted Nathan to believe he did. Both achieved the same result. Nathan opened his contacts. Shaw's number on file was a 415. The call came from a 212. New York. Shaw was in the city. He wrote 1 line on his legal pad. Shaw knows. He stared at the words, then wrote a 2nd line underneath. Or wants us to think he knows. Same effect. Tore the page off. Folded it. Put it in his jacket pocket. He called Yasmin. Where are you? Downstairs. Jack's office. Come up. Both of you. He waited. Opened his laptop. Closed it. Opened it again. The Vantage file was still there. Client number 7. 8 months of retainer payments. Quarterly reviews. Nothing unusual. Nothing that would have made anyone look twice. He thought about Park. About Draper at Corfield. About the 2 PTR analysts who settled under NDA. About every person who'd carried a piece of Shaw's architecture without knowing what they were building. Every one of them had been doing their job. Every one of them had been discarded. 2 minutes. Jack still had his coat on. Yasmin had coffee. Jack leaned against the door frame. The velocity comparison, Nathan said. 3 companies. Corfield, Yasmin said. 17 days from first leak to CEO removal. Audit committee review, leak to press, SEC inquiry. Then a department head went on CNBC describing meetings where the CEO discussed falsifying data. PTR. 14 days. Audit, leak to Bloomberg, FTC complaint. Then an operations manager published a LinkedIn post about safety violations. Meridian. 14-day clock. Kroll audit through loose channel. SEC complaint with the forged signature. Huang's blog. The correlation. 0.92 between PTR and Meridian. 0.87 for Corfield. Organic scandals don't break 0.4. I ran it against 8 others. Enron, WeWork, Theranos. None broke 0.5. So 0.92 is unprecedented for an organic event. Nathan turned the legal pad toward them. The 3rd layer is always a person. It always drops between day 7 and day 9. Same structure. 3 companies, 3 industries, 3 years. That helps us how, Jack said. Correlation isn't evidence. A judge won't look at a scatter plot. A journalist will. And it tells us what comes next. If Shaw follows his own playbook, we know the rhythm. What's the next move? Yasmin said. Emergency acceleration. Corfield day 10. PTR day 9. The personal testimony triggers it. Gives the board the human element to justify moving the clock forward. 1 day, Jack said. Maybe 2. maybe 2. Nathan turned back to his laptop. One more thing. He opened the client management system, scrolled to client number 7, Vantage Capital Partners. Pull up Vantage's board minutes. Last quarter. Routine items. Compensation review. Audit committee. Budget. Then a motion filed 3 weeks ago. Review of CEO performance metrics. Proposed by board member Marcus Shaw. Seconded by 2 directors Nathan didn't recognize. 3 weeks ago, Nathan said. Before the Meridian crisis went public. Before the Kroll audit leaked. Before Cross published. Before the SEC complained. Before Huang. Yasmin set down the coffee. Shaw filed at Vantage while Meridian was still in early stages. 2 companies, 2 boards, 2 CEOs, the same playbook running in parallel. Jack straightened up from the doorframe. On REDACT's own client. The room went quiet. He retained us at Vantage, Yasmin said. 8 months ago. He paid us to understand our methodology so he could anticipate our response when we took the Meridian case. We don't know that, Jack said. We know the timing. We know he filed the same governance motion at Vantage 3 weeks ago. We know he paid $180, or dollars for a year of access to how REDACT thinks. Nathan looked at the display case on the far wall, the baseball cards behind museum glass, the pen on his desk, the phone in the drawer. Everything in its place. Everything accounted for. Except this. This wasn't in its place. This was a second front opening while they were pinned down on the first. And Shaw had built it using REDACT's own retainer. He opened the drawer. Took out the phone. This time his thumb didn't hesitate. Yasmin, get Nina back up here. We have a conflict. Chapter 17. The Pawns. James Hartley set the list on David's desk. 4 names. 4 termination dates. All within the past 7 days. Who authorized this? David said. Richard's office. HR processed it through the standard performance review channel. Performance review. These are immediate terminations. Performance deficiency with immediate separation. That's the language. David read the names. Sandra Walsh, Derek Yoon, Lisa Park. A 4th name he didn't recognize. Maria Acosta, accounts receivable. Sandra Walsh has been here 6 years, David said. Derek Yoon built the infrastructure monitoring stack. Lisa Park runs analytics. Ran, Hartley said. Maria Acosta. Accounts receivable. 3 years. Processed the vendor payments for the Whitfield authorized contracts. The vendor payments that the audit flagged. Yes. David put the list down, picked it up again, read the dates. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 4 consecutive days, 4 employees, each one a node in the chain Yasmin had mapped. 1 a day, David said. 1 a day. Not all at once, not quietly in a batch, 1 at a time, 4 consecutive days. Hartley said nothing. That's not cleanup, that's a message. That's my read, too. They're cleaning up, David said. That's the secondary purpose. The primary purpose is to show you they can. David set the list on the desk, lined it up with the edge. Walk me through what each of them did, what the board had them do. Hartley pulled a chair to the side of David's desk. He had a folder. He opened it. Sandra Walsh, Senior Account Manager. In November, Whitfield's office asked her to forward a client data summary to an external email address. She was told it was for the board's confidential review of client satisfaction metrics. And she forwarded it. Her manager told her it was a board-level request. She CC'd her manager. She followed protocol. What was actually in the summary? Client access patterns. Aggregated, but granular enough to reverse engineer individual usage. The audit uses that summary as evidence of unauthorized data sharing. She forwarded an email her boss told her to forward. Correct. Derek Yoon. Hartley turned a page. Infrastructure engineer. In December, Fong asked his team to build a data pipeline connecting the internal analytics platform to an external reporting endpoint. Standard request format. Ticketed through Jira. Approved by Fong. Yoon built it. The endpoint. One of the 7 Sarah identified. It doesn't exist in the production system, but Yoon built the pipeline because his manager approved the ticket. He built a pipeline to an endpoint that someone else fabricated. He built what he was told to build. He had no way of knowing the endpoint was phantom. The ticket looked legitimate. The approval chain was legitimate. David pushed his chair back. Lisa Park. Analytics lead. In January, the board's governance committee requested a quarterly data access report. Lisa compiled it. Standard report. She'd done it every quarter for 2 years. What was different about this one? Nothing, on her end. But the report was cited in the audit as evidence that internal staff had access to customer data outside normal operating hours. The report showed access timestamps. The timestamps were real. Legitimate employees doing legitimate work. The audit reframed them as unauthorized access. She compiled a report she'd compiled 8 times before. 9 times. This was her 10th. And now she's fired for performance deficiency. Effective Tuesday. David looked at the 4th name. Maria Acosta. Accounts receivable. Processed vendor payments for 3 contracts that Whitfield's office authorized between October and February. The contracts were with consulting firms the audit identified as suspicious. Were they suspicious? The firms exist. They do real work. But they were retained at above-market rates through a procurement channel that bypassed the normal approval chain. Acosta processed the payments because the invoices came through with proper authorization codes. Authorization codes from Whitfield. From Whitfield's office. Acosta checked the codes against the authorization system. They matched. She processed the payments. She did her job. She did exactly her job. David stood up, walked to the window. The parking lot was visible from the 5th floor. A woman was loading a box into the back of a silver Accord. Lisa Park. She set the box down, opened the trunk, and stood there for a moment with both hands on the edge of the trunk lid. Her shoulders were still. Then she loaded the box and closed it. She stood next to the car for another 10 seconds before getting in. "I need to call Nathan," David said. "Before you do." David turned. "There's something else. The termination letters. I read all 4. Hartley opened the folder to a new page. Same HR template, same language. But each letter references a specific section of the employee handbook. Section 12.4, Confidentiality of Proprietary Systems and Data. So, Section 12.4 includes a non-disparagement clause. Post-termination, any of these 4 employees who talk publicly about what they were asked to do, what they built, what they forwarded, can be sued. They were fired and silenced. In one action, yes. David turned back to the window. Lisa Park's silver Accord was pulling out of the parking lot. She stopped at the exit, signaled left, and waited for a gap in traffic. These people didn't know what they were part of, David said. Sandra forwarded one email. Derek built a pipeline he was told the board authorized. Lisa compiled a standard report. Acosta processed invoices with valid authorization codes. I know. And now they're fired because the evidence chain leads through them. Hartley didn't answer. And they can't talk about it. Not without legal risk. David picked up the termination list, read the names again, set it down. I want to talk to them, David said. I want to explain what happened, that they didn't do anything wrong. You can't. James. You cannot contact any of these employees. Not by phone, not by email, not through a third party. If you do, Shaw's attorneys will file a motion alleging witness tampering within the hour, and the board will use it. Witness tampering. They're not witnesses. They're victims. In the board's framing, they're co-conspirators who were terminated for cause. Any contact from you reinforces that framing. David stood at the window. Derek Yoon was crossing the parking lot now. He carried a backpack and a plant. The plant was small, maybe 6 inches tall, in a ceramic pot. Yoon walked to his car without looking back at the building. He put the plant on the passenger seat, adjusted it once so it sat upright. Then he walked around to the driver's side. Derek Yoon has a 2-year-old, Hartley said quietly. His wife is on leave from Google. They just bought a house in Cupertino. David said nothing. Lisa Park moved here from Seoul 3 years ago. Her visa is employer-sponsored. David's hand tightened on the window frame. Her visa. Employer-sponsored. Termination triggers a 60-day clock. She needs to find a new sponsor or leave the country. 60 days. 60 days. And David turned from the window. Call Nathan. Hartley nodded and left. He closed the door behind him. David dialed. 2 rings. Nathan, have you seen the termination list? He listened. 4 people, all in the past week, all in the evidence chain. Sandra Walsh, Derek Yoon, Lisa Park, Maria Acosta. He listened. I know it's cleanup. That's not what I'm calling about. I want to reach out to them. These are my people. They trusted this company. He listened. His hand tightened on the phone. I understand what it looks like, but they're being punished for something they didn't even know they were doing. He listened. Lisa Park's visa is employer-sponsored. She has 60 days. He listened. I know it complicates things. I'm telling you anyway. He listened. So, I just watch. He listened. Longer this time. His jaw moved, but he didn't speak. He closed his eyes, opened them, and looked back out the window. Sandra Walsh came out the lobby doors at 4:47. She had a tote bag over one shoulder and was talking on her phone. She stopped at the curb, said something, shook her head, and kept walking. 6 years. She'd been at Meridian before they moved to this building, before the Series C, before David had an office with a window. "Fine," David said. "Fine." He hung up, set the phone on his desk, stood at the window. He stood there for 40 seconds. Then he opened the company directory on his phone, scrolled to Y. Derek Yoon. The photo was from 2 years ago. Yoon in a company t-shirt at the summer offsite, holding a plate of barbecue. David pressed the number. 3 rings. 4, 5. "Hello?" Yoon's voice was flat. "Careful." "Derek, it's David Chen." Silence. 2 seconds. 3. "Mr. Chen, I was told not to discuss anything related to the audit with anyone from the company." "I know. I'm calling anyway." "My lawyer said I shouldn't take calls from Meridian." "You have a lawyer." "I have a 2-year-old and a mortgage in Cupertino. I got a lawyer on Tuesday." David gripped the phone. "Derek, what they said you did, the after-hours access, the database penetration, that was a load balancing diagnostic. Okafor assigned it to you. You ran it at 11 p.m. because that's when traffic is lowest." "Nothing on the line." David checked the screen. "Still connected." "I know that," Yoon said. "My lawyer knows that. We have the Slack message from Okafor." "Good. Keep it. Keep everything." "Mr. Chen, why are you calling me?" "Because you built the infrastructure monitoring stack and you got fired for doing your job, and nobody from this company has told you that." "My lawyer is going to ask me who called. I'm going to have to tell him." "Tell him." "He'll tell Shaw's attorneys. That's how discovery works." David closed his eyes, opened them. The parking lot below. Lisa Park's space still empty. "I know how discovery works." "Then you know this call is a problem for you." "Yes." "Okay." A pause. "Thank you for calling, Mr. Chen." The line went dead. David looked at the call log. 1 minute, 14 seconds. He put the phone on his desk, face up. The call would show in his records. It would show in Yoon's records. Shaw's lawyers would have it inside a week. He picked up the termination list, read the names again, put it down. Maria Acosta came out 3 minutes later with another woman David didn't recognize. They hugged in the parking lot. Acosta's shoulders shook once. The other woman held on. Then Acosta pulled back, wiped her face with the back of her hand, and said something that made the other woman shake her head. Acosta got into a white SUV and sat in the driver's seat without starting the engine. She was still sitting there when David's phone rang. The screen said Sarah. Sarah. He listened. The silence on the line lasted long enough that he pulled the phone away to check the connection. Still active? Say that again. He listened. When? He listened. His free hand gripped the edge of his desk. An hour ago. They voted while I was in a product meeting. He listened. Marcus called it a governance best practice. Emergency session. The stock triggered some kind of threshold review clause in the charter. He listened. Your access. Did they revoke your access? He listened. When did they cut it? He listened. 40 minutes after the vote, so they had the revocation ready before they voted. He listened. Okay. Are you at the building? He listened. Stay there. Don't talk to anyone. I'm calling Nathan. He hung up, dialed Nathan. 1 ring. They fired Sarah. He listened. An hour ago. They voted while I was in a product meeting. Marcus called it a governance best practice. He listened. The stock. They used the stock drop to trigger an emergency governance review, and the 14-day clock is gone. Nathan, the board voted to accelerate. We have 4 days. He listened. How's that a mistake? They're winning. He listened. His hand was still on the desk edge. His knuckles were white. Sarah built those systems. Every API endpoint, every access log, every credential protocol. She's the only person alive who can prove the audit is fiction, and they just fired her. He listened. No, I'm telling you something else. She has nothing to lose now. Nothing. She's not an employee anymore. She's not bound by company communication policy. She's not subject to the board's directives. He listened. Shorter this time. What do you mean? What did she take? He listened. I don't know. I'll ask. He listened. 4 days. Whatever you need to do, do it. His voice was different on that last sentence. Lower. The words came out without any space between them. No pause, no qualification. An instruction, not a request. He hung up, put the phone in his pocket, took it out, put it on the desk. The parking lot was emptying. Normal end of day. Employees who still had jobs walking to their cars, checking their phones, talking to each other. Maria Acosta's white SUV was gone. The space where Lisa Park's silver Accord had been was empty. David picked up the termination list. 4 names. 4 people who came to work every day at a company he built, who followed instructions from people they trusted, who never understood what those instructions were building. He opened his desk drawer, put the list inside, closed the drawer, and Sarah. He picked up the phone and called Sarah back. Sarah, when they cut your access, how much notice did they give you? He listened. How long between the vote and the access revocation? He listened. 40 minutes? Okay, that confirms it. The revocation was staged before the vote. He listened. I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm asking what you already did. He listened. A long time. He sat down in his chair, leaned forward with his elbows on his desk. Good, he said. That's good. Don't tell me anything else on this line. He hung up. David turned his chair back to the window. The sun was low over the bay, coming in flat across the parking lot. His phone was on the desk. The drawer with the termination list was closed. 4 names. 5 now. His phone buzzed. A text from Hartley. Board counsel requesting preservation. Hold on all executive communications. Effective immediately. David read it twice. Set the phone down. Face up. David walked to the window. Across the street from Meridian's main entrance, Sarah walked out through the lobby doors carrying a cardboard box. A framed photo on top, face down. Security had walked her out. She crossed the sidewalk to her car, set the box on the passenger seat, and got in. She didn't look up at his window. She didn't need to. 4 days. Chapter 18. The USB. The Westin on 3rd Street, room 1412. Yasmin knocked twice, then once. Sarah Chen opened the door in jeans and a Stanford sweatshirt. No makeup. Hair pulled back. The room behind her was clean. 2 beds, 1 untouched. Blackout curtains drawn. A laptop sat open on the desk next to a silver USB drive the size of a thumbnail. The charging cable ran to a power strip on the floor. Sarah had been here a while. The anomaly in Meridian's logging timestamps had already appeared in Yasmin's briefing file before she boarded the flight. 3 days, Sarah said when Yasmin sat down. Not a question. 3 days, Yasmin said. Talk to me. Sarah picked up the USB drive, held it between her thumb and index finger, turned it once, set it back down on the desk next to the laptop. I had 40 minutes between the board vote and the access revocation. 40 minutes. I copied everything. Define everything. System architecture documents, the full access control schema, configuration histories going back 18 months. Sarah paused. Audit logging configs, current and previous versions. Commit histories for every change to the logging infrastructure. Why those files specifically? Because I built Meridian's infrastructure. Every API endpoint, every credential protocol, every access log. I wrote the code. I designed the architecture. And you think the audit got it wrong? I don't think anything. I know what the system can do. Sarah turned the laptop to face both of them. The screen showed a diagram, boxes and lines, clean, labeled, color-coded, and I know what it can't do. Yasmin leaned forward. Walk me through it. Meridian's data access system has 3 layers. Layer 1 is authentication. Every request to customer data requires a credential token issued by the identity service. The token is tied to an employee ID, a device ID, and a session timestamp. Can someone forge a token? Not without access to the identity service itself. The tokens use 256-bit signing keys rotated every 72 hours. You'd need root access to the identity service and the current signing key simultaneously. Okay, Layer 2. Authorization. Even with a valid token, you can only access data your role permits. David's role as CEO gives him access to aggregate dashboards and quarterly reports, not raw customer records, not individual identity files. Yasmin held up a hand. No admin override, no emergency access. The system enforces this at the API level. There's no override. There's no admin bypass. I designed it that way on purpose because I didn't trust anyone, including David, with unscoped access to customer PI. Layer 3. Logging. Every data request is logged with the token, the timestamp, the data category accessed, and the response size. The logs are append-only. You can add entries. You cannot modify or delete existing entries. Append-only. Immutable. That's a design decision I made in year 1. Nobody at Meridian can alter historical access logs, or that's how it was supposed to work. Yasmin watched Sarah's hands. Steady. No tremor. The fury was in her voice, not her body. Controlled. Precise. The Claridge audit, Yasmin said. Shaw commissioned it after the Kroll findings. Different firm, same conclusions. Gave the board 2 independent audits pointing the same direction. Except Claridge wasn't independent. They were given the same fabricated logs Kroll used. The audit describes David accessing raw customer identity files on 14 separate occasions over 6 months. Individual records, social security numbers, government IDs, biometric data. His credential token can't do that. Never could. I can show you the role configuration. It's been the same since we set up his account. Sarah turned the laptop toward Yasmin. A table on screen. Rows of permissions, each with a date range. CEO role. Aggregate access only. No individual record queries. No raw data endpoints. Has this configuration ever been modified? Look at the date range column. Same start date on every row. No modifications. Could someone have given him temporary elevated access? No. Role changes required 2 approvals, mine and the VP of Engineering. There's a change log. I have it on this drive. No elevation request was ever submitted for David's account. 0. Yasmin picked up the USB drive, turned it in her fingers. Small, light. She set it back down. His credentials can't reach individual records. The audit says he accessed them 14 times. What am I looking at? Fabrication. The audit describes API calls to 7 endpoints that don't exist in our system, 3 credential types we've never issued, and data response sizes that are mathematically impossible given our pagination limits. 7 endpoints. Don't exist. Never existed. I can show you the API registry. Sarah, click to a new screen. A long list. Endpoint names, creation dates, deprecation dates where applicable. Every endpoint we've ever deployed, including deprecated ones. The endpoints cited in the audit aren't in this registry. They were never deployed. They have naming conventions that don't match our schema. You're sure this proves fabrication? I didn't say it proves fabrication. I said it proves impossibility. The audit describes things the system can't do. That's not a gray area. That's physics. There's more, Sarah said. Tell me. Sarah clicked to another screen. A log file, rows of text with timestamps and hexadecimal strings. The entries were dense, each one a single line of structured data. 6 months ago, someone modified the audit logging system. Remember, the logs are append only. You can't change what's already there. But you can change the system that creates new entries. Exactly. Someone changed the logging configuration to create phantom entries. Fabricated access records that look like David's credential token querying customer data. The entries sit in the log alongside real entries. And if you don't know the architecture, you can't tell the difference. Claridge didn't know the architecture. They saw log entries and took them at face value. Yasmin leaned in. How do you distinguish a phantom entry from a real one? Response hash verification. Every real log entry includes a hash of the actual data returned by the API. The phantom entries have hashes, but they don't correspond to any data object in our storage layer. They're hashes of nothing. They point to records that don't exist. Who made the changes? Sarah clicked again. A commit history. Dates, timestamps, account identifiers. The configuration changes were committed from an account with board-level admin access. There are only 4 board-level admin accounts in the system. David's, mine, the VP of Engineering's, and the board portal account. The board portal. It's a shared access point for board members to review system health dashboards, limited functionality, but it has configuration-level write access because the board insisted on it during the Series C governance negotiation. You argued against it. I argued against it. I lost. It's in the board minutes. Shaw was the one who pushed hardest for it. Said the board needed direct visibility into system operations. Shaw specifically. He drafted the governance language himself. I have the original proposal on the drive. Which board member used the portal? The portal logs session authentication separately. Every login is tied to a board member's individual credentials. Sarah turned the laptop again. A shorter list. 5 entries, each one with a date, a time, and a name. Marcus Shaw. 5 sessions over 3 weeks. Each session modified the logging configuration. Each modification added phantom entry generation for David's credential token. Yasmin read the 5 entries, dates, times, Shaw's name on every line. He did this himself, Yasmin said, from his own credentials, through the board portal. The commit history is cryptographically signed. You can't fake it without Shaw's private key. Sarah. The audit is based on log entries that Shaw created. The access patterns it describes are phantom entries generated by configuration changes Shaw made from his own authenticated session. She closed the laptop, put both hands flat on the desk. The system can't do what the audit says it did, and the person who made the system say it did is Marcus Shaw. Yasmin stood up, walked to the window, pulled the curtain back an inch. The city was gray below, traffic on 3rd Street, a construction crane 2 blocks south. She let the curtain fall and turned back. You copied all of this in 40 minutes. I knew what to look for. I've been looking since the first article. When they fired me, I had 40 minutes and a USB drive. That was enough. Has anyone else seen this? David knows I have it. Nathan told him to wait. I've been waiting. You've been waiting 9 days. I've been waiting 9 days while my husband's company loses 30% of its value and 4 employees get fired for following instructions they didn't understand. Sarah uncrossed her arms. Put both hands on the desk. 9 days in this hotel room with a USB drive that could end this. Yes, I've been waiting. Yasmin sat back down. I need to make a call. Make it. Yasmin pulled out her phone, dialed Nathan. 2 rings. It's me. I'm with Sarah. She listened. Sarah has it. The whole thing. She listened. Technical proof. The system architecture shows the audit describes access patterns that are physically impossible, endpoints that don't exist, credentials that were never issued, data responses that exceed system limits. She listened. There's more. The logging system was modified 6 months ago to generate phantom entries. The changes were made from the board portal. Shaw's credentials. 5 sessions over 3 weeks. Commit history is cryptographically signed. Oh. She listened. Longer this time. She looked at Sarah. Sarah was watching her with both arms crossed. I understand. No one. She listened. Not David. Not anyone. I understand. She listened. If Shaw finds out we have this, what happens to the logs? She listened. Nodded once. Deleted by morning. I know. She listened. 3 days. Nathan. She listened. Her posture changed. She straightened in the chair. Something Nathan said. Say that again. She listened. He accelerated the timeline himself. He moved the vote up. He gave us 3 days instead of 5. She listened. Because he doesn't know we have this. He thinks the acceleration puts pressure on David. He doesn't know it puts pressure on him. She listened. A short response. Understood. I'm on the next flight. She hung up. Sarah hadn't moved. Arms crossed. Watching. 3 days. Sarah. Then stop asking me questions and start using what I gave you. Yasmin picked up the USB drive, put it in the inside pocket of her jacket, zipped the pocket closed. You'll hear from us before you hear anything public. I don't need to hear from you. I need Marcus Shaw to answer for what he did to my company. He will. 3 days. 3 days. Yasmin left the room. Down the elevator. The hallway was empty. Corporate carpet, brass room numbers, a cleaning cart parked 3 doors down. She walked past it to the elevator bank. Pressed the down button. Checked the pocket again. Still there. Through the lobby. Past the front desk where a man in a suit argued about a reservation. Through the revolving door. Into a black car to SFO. In the back seat she pulled out her phone and dialed Nathan again. One more thing. Sarah mentioned the board portal was a Series C concession. Is that in Priya's governance file? She listened. Pull it. If Shaw's counsel argues the portal access was authorized, we need the scope limitations from the original governance vote. She listened. Right. And the signing key rotation schedule. Sarah said 72 hours. If Shaw's sessions spanned 3 weeks, that's at least 6 different signing keys validating his commits. 6 independent cryptographic confirmations that he was the one logged in. She listened. No, I'm not overstating it. Sarah built the system. She knows what it can and can't do. And she had 9 days to organize this before I walked in. It's clean. She listened. I know. I'll have it organized before I land. Timeline, commit hashes, and the endpoint registry gap. All of it. She hung up. Checked the pocket. The USB drive was there. Small, light, everything on it. She booked the 2:15 to JFK on her phone. The car merged onto 101 South. 20 minutes to the terminal. A news alert buzzed her phone. Meridian stock down another 4% in afternoon trading. She cleared the notification. Security took 8 minutes. She kept her jacket on, USB in the inside pocket. The TSA agent waved her through without a second look. Gate 74. The board was showing a 12-minute delay. She sat down facing the window in the tarmac. She texted Nathan, boarding, landing 10:45, war room tonight? Hey. The reply came in 4 seconds. War room tonight, we'll bring coffee. She boarded. Window seat. 14A. The middle seat stayed empty. She put her jacket on it, USB pocket facing up. The plane pushed back from the gate at 2:22. Yasmin took out a notebook and wrote 3 words. Shaw, portal, signed. Below that she wrote 7 endpoints, 3 cred types, phantom hashes, 5 sessions. She put the notebook away. The USB drive was in her jacket pocket, zipped. 5 hours to New York, 3 days to use what was on it. The plane climbed through the clouds over the bay and turned east. Chapter 19. 2 boards. Nathan placed the USB drive on the conference table at 11:47 p.m. The war room glass was black. Yasmin sat across from him, still in the clothes she'd worn on the plane. Nina Park stood by the door with her arms crossed. Tom Brandt had his laptop open. Priya was at the whiteboard. Jack Whelan had his chair tilted back, coffee cup balanced on one knee. Everyone's here, Nathan said. Close the door. Sarah Kessler pulled it shut from outside. Nathan pointed at the USB drive. Sarah Chen copied Meridian system architecture, access control schema, configuration histories, and commit logs before her credentials were revoked. 40 minutes. Everything's on this. How much does it give us? Jack said. The Claridge audit describes David accessing raw customer identity files on 14 occasions. Sarah's architecture shows David's credential token has never had authorization for individual record access. The audit references 7 API endpoints that don't exist in Meridian system, 3 credential types never issued, data response sizes that exceed system pagination limits. Silence. Tom stopped typing. There's more, Yasmin said. 6 months ago, someone modified the audit logging system to generate phantom entries, fabricated access records that look like David's token querying customer data. The modifications were committed from the board portal using Shaw's credentials, 5 sessions over 3 weeks. The commit history is cryptographically signed. Shaw's own credentials, Nina said. His own credentials. His private key. Nathan let that sit. Then he leaned forward. We have one shot. If Shaw finds out we have this, the board portal logs are deleted by morning. He'll claim Sarah fabricated the USB out of revenge for being fired. He'll point to her 40-minute window and say she planted evidence on her way out. And every journalist who covered this story will write that version because it's simpler. So we can't leak it, Jack said. We can't leak it. We can't hand it to the SEC without exposing the source. We can't go to the board because Shaw is the board. Then how do we use it? Tom said. We let Shaw commit, publicly, on the record. He accelerated the board vote to 2.5 days from now. He thinks the acceleration pressures David. He doesn't know it pressures him. We let him go on record with the audit findings. We let the board cite the Claridge audit as the basis for removal. And then we detonate. Detonate where? Nina said. Alan Cross. Friendly exclusive. The audit is fabricated. Here's the proof. Here's Shaw's own credentials on the commit history. The board just voted to remove a CEO based on evidence their lead investor manufactured. Jack nodded slowly. Cross gets the story of the year. We get the frame. 2.5 days, Nathan said. That's a window. He stood and walked to the whiteboard. Priya had already drawn the timeline. Nathan picked up a marker and wrote Vantage Capital Partners under a separate column. Second item, client number 7. The room shifted. Tom looked up. Nina uncrossed her arms. Vantage Capital Partners retained us 8 months ago. Standard Governance Advisory. Their CEO, Richard Tannenbaum, runs a mid-cap industrial supply company. Built it from a warehouse in Newark. 2 kids. Nathan wrote dates on the whiteboard. Shaw is on their board. 3 weeks ago, Vantage's board formed an audit committee. Last week, outside counsel engaged. Yesterday, employee directives to compile data access reports. Same playbook, Priya said. Same playbook. 6 to 8 months earlier in the cycle, but accelerating. Nathan set the marker down. Tannenbaum doesn't know. He's running his company, going to his kids' school plays. And right now, someone is building the same case against him that they built against David. Same fabricated audit. Same planted evidence. Same phone call in 3 months where his lawyer tells him the board is removing him for cause. Yasmin looked at the whiteboard. Both columns. We watched it happen to David, she said. We're watching it start on Tannenbaum. Nina stepped away from the door. Nathan, you cannot use information from one client engagement to intervene in another. Vantage retained us for governance advisory. Meridian for crisis management. That's a conflict. I know it's a conflict. It's not just a conflict. If word gets out that REDACT used privileged information from Meridian to make moves on Vantage, the firm's reputation doesn't recover. Every client we have questions whether their confidential material is being shopped around the portfolio. Which is why I'm not intervening. I'm dropping the client. Nina didn't blink. Dropping a client mid-engagement with no public explanation. Every board in New York asks why. Let them ask. I need more than that. You're asking me to sign off on a course of action that puts the entire firm at risk. Convince me. Nathan put both hands on the table. Richard Tannenbaum is about to lose his company, his reputation, his life's work, the same way David did. We know it's coming. We know who's doing it. If I keep Vantage as a client and do nothing, I'm complicit. If I use Meridian's information to intervene, I've breached privilege. The only clean move is to terminate the engagement, refund the retainer, and let the Meridian detonation protect Tannenbaum by destroying Shaw's credibility across every board he sits on. Nina was quiet for 5 seconds. The termination itself is clean. The motive behind it is the gray area. I don't need to reference Meridian. I identify the conflict and act on it. You'll lose the retainer, $250,000, and Vantage feeds 3 procurement databases into our monitoring infrastructure. Drop them, Nathan said. Tom looked up. That's 3 data feeds, Nathan. Our entire vendor contract monitoring runs on those. Priya, can you rebuild? Priya wrote something on her notepad. 6 weeks. The replacements won't match the granularity. Do it. She didn't argue. Yasmin pulled her laptop toward her. We have 12 clients. We might be about to have 10. Tom looked up. 10? If Shaw is running this play on Vantage, how many of our other clients have Shaw on their board? Her hands moved across the keyboard. Corporate filings, board compositions, cross-referencing REDACT's client list against Shaw's disclosed board seats. The room waited. She stopped. One more. Nathan picked up the marker. Name. Callaway Industrial. Client number 3. Shaw joined their board 9 months ago. Governance Advisory Committee formed last quarter. Same pattern? I'd need the filing history, but the timeline fits. Nina sat down for the first time. 3 boards. 3 REDACT clients with Shaw in a governance position. 2 confirmed playbooks, Nathan said. Meridian and Vantage. Callaway is circumstantial. 2 days, Nathan. Yasmin closed the laptop. 3 fronts? 1 front. Shaw. Meridian is the case with proof. Meridian is where he already committed. That's where we break it. And Vantage? Callaway? When the Meridian story runs, Shaw's credibility collapses across every board he sits on. Vantage and Callaway get protected by the blast radius. 1 detonation. Nina tapped the table. I need to be on record. Dropping Vantage and potentially Callaway means losing $500,000 in annual retainers and signaling to the market that REDACT has conflicts it can't manage. Other clients will ask questions. Let them ask. Some of them will leave. Some of them should. Nathan picked up the USB drive, held it, set it back down. Assignments. Priya. Shaw's complete board history. Every company, every seat, Every governance committee. 10 years. Tonight. Tonight, she said. Tom. Callaway's filing history. Vendor contracts. Audit committee formation. Outside counsel. Last 6 months. On it. Yasmin. Call Alan Cross. Background only. Tell him you might have something in 48 hours. He'll want to know what. Tell him it's the rest of the story. Jack. Draft the Vantage termination letter. Unresolvable conflict. Effective immediately. Retainer refund within 30 days. Jack nodded. Callaway too? Not yet. I want the filings first. Everyone out. Get to work. Chairs pushed back. The room emptied. Yasmin stayed. Nathan? Yeah. 3 boards. Same playbook on at least 2. 2 days left. One move. One move, she repeated. She looked at the whiteboard. The 2 columns. The parallel dates. The Vantage call. You're going to warn Tannenbaum. After we send the termination letter, not before. He's going to ask how we know. He's going to ask, I'm not going to answer. And if he pushes? The letter is the firewall. We drop the client first. The warning is a courtesy call from a former advisor, not an active engagement. Yasmin nodded. She left. Nathan stood alone in the war room. The USB drive sat on the table. The whiteboard behind him showed 2 timelines running in parallel. Same intervals. Same sequence. Same architect. He checked his phone. 12:23 a.m. 2 days and change. He picked up his coffee. It had been sitting there since 11:47. Cold. He drank it anyway. His hand was steady. His hand was always steady. That was the job. But Tannenbaum had 2 kids. He turned off the lights and left the USB drive on the table. The war room glass stayed black. Chapter 20. The Approach. Yasmin parked the rental on West 38th at 7:14 a.m. She had 7 names, 7 addresses, and 14 hours. Derek Yoon first. He'd agreed to coffee at a place on 9th Avenue that opened early and had bad lighting. Chen had called him a week ago. Yoon said on the phone. Didn't explain much. She found him at a corner table with his laptop closed and his hands flat on either side of it. The table had a wobble. Someone had folded a napkin under one leg. Thanks for meeting me. You said it was important. It is. She sat down and set her phone face down on the table. You built the data pipeline to Axial Data Solutions. I already told you that. You told me you built it under authorization from Sandra Walsh. I'm going to show you something. She opened a folder and slid a single page across the table. This is the authorization Sandra forwarded to you, and this is the original, the one that was actually sent to Sandra. Yoon looked at both pages. His jaw tightened. The signature block on yours references a board resolution from March. That resolution doesn't exist. It was never filed. The reference number belongs to a facilities budget amendment from 2 years ago. They told me it was a compliance project. It was, just not the kind you thought. How long have you known? About the authorization chain, 4 days. 4 days. He pressed his palms flat against the table. The wobble returned. I've been sitting in my apartment for 2 weeks, thinking I'm going to prison for building a data pipeline, and you've known for 4 days that the authorization was fake. I couldn't tell you until now. The timing wasn't right. the timing. If I'd come to you 4 days ago, you'd have called a lawyer. The lawyer would have called Meridian. Meridian would have called Shaw, and the evidence we need would be gone. Yoon pushed the pages back toward her. So someone used me to build a pipeline that was designed to look like David Chen was exfiltrating data. Yes. And then they fired me for it. Yes. He picked up his coffee, put it down without drinking. What do you need? A signed statement. What you were told, by whom, and when, the technical specifications you were given, the authorization chain as you understood it. Am I in trouble? That depends on who you talk to first. Yoon stared at the table. Then he pulled his laptop toward him and opened it. I kept everything. Emails, Slack messages, the spec doc Sandra sent. I kept it because it didn't feel right. Good. When do you need it? Today. Today. He closed the laptop, opened it again. Where do I send it? I'll give you a secure email address. Don't use your personal account. She wrote it on a napkin and slid it across. Sandra Walsh was harder. Yasmin met her in the lobby of a hotel on Park Avenue South at 9:20 a.m. Walsh had her coat on and her bag over her shoulder. She looked like she was ready to leave before the conversation started. I have 15 minutes, Walsh said. You'll want longer. Yasmin handed her a coffee she'd bought at the lobby bar. Walsh took it, but didn't drink. They sat on 2 upholstered chairs near the elevator bank. The lobby was marble and brass and too quiet for a hotel at this hour. You forwarded an authorization to Derek Yoon for a data pipeline project. Do you remember who sent it to you? It came from the compliance office. From Robert Fong? From his office. I don't remember if it was him directly or his assistant. It wasn't from Fong. Fong had already left the company when that authorization was generated. Someone created it using his credential format after he was gone. Walsh set the coffee on the nearest table. That's not possible. I checked the sender. The sender field matched Fong's email. The email was routed through an internal alias that Okafor's office controlled. You had no way of knowing. Then why was I fired? Because you touched it. Everyone who touched a piece of this got fired last Friday. 4 of you. Same day. Walsh pulled her coat tighter. I have a family. 2 kids in school. I can't get involved in a lawsuit. This isn't a lawsuit. Not yet. What I need is your account of what happened. Who sent the authorization, when you received it, and what you were told to do with it. And if I say no, then the only version of your involvement is the one Meridian's board has on file. And that version says you authorized a data exfiltration pipeline. Walsh sat down. She took out her phone, looked at it, and put it away. What do I sign? I'll have the statement drafted within the hour. You review it, make corrections, sign it. Your name doesn't go public unless you agree. And if it does go public, then it goes public as a whistleblower account, not as a defendant's confession. There's a difference. Walsh looked at the elevator bank. The doors opened. 2 men in suits stepped out and walked past without looking at them. Send it, she said. Kevin Park met her at a bench outside Penn Station at 11:05 a.m. He was wearing a jacket that was too light for the weather. His hands were in his pockets. Commuters streamed past in both directions. Park sat at one end of the bench. Yasmin sat at the other. Last time we talked, you told me the SEC wanted to interview you, Yasmin said. That already happened. Thursday. What did you tell them? The truth, that the queries I ran were ordered by my manager, who was following a directive from Fong, that I was a junior analyst doing my job. Good. Did they ask about David Chen? They asked if I'd ever received instructions directly from Chen. I said no. They asked if I'd ever seen Chen access the analytics dashboard. I said no. They asked if I knew what the queries were for. I said I was told it was routine compliance. How did they react? They took notes. One of them looked at the other one. That's it. Yasmin pulled out the same folder she'd shown Yoon. I want to show you something. Park looked at the documents for a long time. A bus pulled up to the curb behind them. Diesel exhaust. The bus pulled away. Park was still reading. When he looked up, his face was different. They set us up. Yes. All of us. Every one of you was given one piece. None of you had the whole picture. Together, you built a case against your own CEO without knowing it. Park handed the folder back. What do you need from me? Same as before. A signed statement. Your version of events. The directive chain from your end. I already told the SEC. The SEC has your testimony. I need it in a form that a journalist can corroborate. Park nodded once. I'll write it tonight. James Huang wouldn't meet in person. Yasmin called him from the rental car at 12:30 p.m. The call lasted 4 minutes. I'm not retracting the blog post. I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to look at something I can send you. Badge access logs for David Chen on the dates you described in your post. He wasn't on your floor for any of the 7 meetings. I was in those meetings. You were. David Chen wasn't. Someone used a duplicate Slack account created by IT under a request from Richard Okafor's office. The badge logs are cryptographic. They can't be altered after the fact. Silence on the line. Mr. Huang, you're not a liar. You were deceived. There's a difference, and that difference matters a great deal depending on what happens next. How much time do I have? Less than you think. He hung up. Yasmin sat in the car for 30 seconds. She looked at her phone. 5 names down. 2 to go. The clock on the dashboard read 12:34. She pulled out of the parking space. Robert Fong was the one she wanted most. Former VP of Compliance. The name on the directives that Kevin Park, Sandra Walsh, and 3 other employees had followed. Fong hadn't been at Meridian for 11 months, but his credential format was still being used to generate authorizations. She found his address through a property record search. A brownstone in Carroll Gardens, Brooklyn, red brick, black shutters, a small iron gate that needed paint. She rang the bell at 2:15 p.m. A woman answered. She was holding a dish towel. I'm looking for Robert Fong. He's not available. My name is Yasmin Khalil. I work for a firm that's investigating the circumstances around Mr. Fong's departure from Meridian Technologies. I'm not a journalist. The woman closed the door halfway. Yasmin heard voices inside. Low. The woman's voice and a man's. Then footsteps. The door opened again. Fong stood behind his wife. He was wearing a sweater and reading glasses pushed up on his forehead. I can't talk to you. I understand you may have signed a separation agreement. I'm not asking you to violate it. I just want to show you one document. I signed a non-disparagement clause. I can't say anything about Meridian, the board, or any individual associated with the company. Who drafted your separation agreement? Fong didn't answer. Was it Hargrove Dean? His wife looked at him. He put his hand on the door frame. Was the partner Greg Tanaka? I can't confirm or deny the terms of my agreement. Mr. Fong, the same law firm that drafted your separation agreement also drafted the Axial Data Solutions vendor contract. The same partner, Greg Tanaka, the contract that was used to make it look like David Chen authorized data exfiltration. Fong's hand moved from the door frame to the door itself. Your compliance directives were used after you left the company. Someone generated authorizations using your credential format to direct employees to build what turned out to be a manufactured evidence pipeline. Your name is on documents you never signed. I need you to leave. 5 employees have already agreed to provide statements. Your name comes up in every single one. If we go public without your account, the story writes itself. Former VP of Compliance whose directives were used to build a fraud pipeline. I said, I need you to leave. He closed the door. Yasmin stood on the stoop for 5 seconds. She could hear his wife's voice through the door. Muffled. Then nothing. She walked back to the car and wrote 3 words in her notebook. Hargrove Dean. Tanaka. She called Nathan at 4:47 p.m. from a diner on Atlantic Avenue. One-sided. 5 willing to talk. Yoon, Walsh, Park, Acosta, and one of Fong's direct reports. 2 scared silent. She stirred her coffee. The diner had a counter with red vinyl stools and a grill behind it. A cook was scraping the flat top with a metal spatula. The sound was rhythmic. Fong is locked down. Non-disparagement clause. Won't confirm anything. She listened. The interesting part is the clause. His severance was drafted by Hargrove Dean, same firm that wrote the Axial contract. Same partner, Greg Tanaka. She picked up her coffee, put it down. Shaw's cleanup and Shaw's evidence pipeline run through the same law firm. That's not a coincidence. That's the same firm on both sides. She listened. Huang is the wild card. Hasn't agreed to anything but hasn't refused. I sent him the badge logs. He's sitting with it. She listened again. 2 days. I'll have the statements by tomorrow morning. We give Cross 5 signed accounts, the Hargrove Dean connection, and Sarah's technical proof. That's a wall. She hung up and finished her coffee. Paid in cash. Left the diner. The street was busy. Late afternoon. People coming home from work. She walked to the rental and sat behind the wheel for 10 seconds before starting the engine. 7 names. 5 confirmed. 1 locked down. 1 pending. She drove back to Manhattan. Chapter 21. Acceleration. The email arrived at 6:47 p.m. David read it twice at the kitchen counter. Emergency session of the Board of Directors. Tomorrow evening, 7 p.m. Pacific. Not 2 days from now. Tomorrow. Shaw's name was first on the signature block. Patricia Yee second. Tom Grasso third. The language was governance boilerplate. Stock performance. Fiduciary obligations. Institutional investor concerns. The last paragraph cited Section 4.7. David picked up the pen from the counter. He wrote on the notepad next to the stove. Emergency session. Tomorrow, 7 p.m. Shaw, Yi, Grasso. He underlined Shaw's name. He called Nathan. They moved it up again. 36 hours. He waited. I know what it means. I'm telling you what it says. Tomorrow evening, Shaw, Yi, and Grasso signed the notice. They're citing the stock price, down 34%. He looked at the notepad, added a line. 34% decline, 11 days. That's what you said last time. Last time you said 4 days was enough. Now it's 36 hours. He waited again. Easy to say from New York. You're not the one who's about to lose his company in 36 hours. He listened for a long time. Attend the meeting. Say nothing. Vote against. That's it? He wrote on the notepad. Nathan, attend. Say nothing. Vote against. And what does that accomplish? They have the votes. Shaw, Yi, Grasso, that's 3. Liu will vote with me. Hartley will abstain because he's counsel. They trigger the clause and I'm out. Nathan was talking. David wrote another line on the notepad. 24 hours. He needs 24 hours. You said we had 3 days. Before that, you said we had 8. Now you're telling me 24 hours is enough. He listened. Fine. I attend. I say nothing. I vote against. I let them trigger the clause. He tore the page off the notepad and folded it. Put it in his shirt pocket. And if 24 hours isn't enough? Silence on the line. Then David nodded once. Ask you in 36 hours. Right. He hung up. The buzzer rang at 8:05. David wasn't expecting anyone. He pressed the intercom. It's Sarah. He buzzed her in. She was at his door 90 seconds later, laptop bag over one shoulder, a manila folder in her hand. She looked like she hadn't slept. You could have called, David said. No. She walked past him into the kitchen. I couldn't. She set the laptop on the kitchen table and opened it. The screen was already on, showing a terminal window with green text on black. David pulled out a chair and sat down. Sarah didn't sit. The phantom entries, she said. The ones the audit flagged. They weren't manual. What does that mean? She turned the laptop toward him. This is a cron job. Automated. Someone wrote a script that created those entries every 12 hours for 8 months. David looked at the screen. Lines of code. He didn't understand the syntax, but he understood the structure. Repeating blocks. Timestamps. Credential names he recognized. 8 months, he said. The same 8 months as the Whitfield directives. I found the execution log. Every run, every timestamp, every credential it rotated through. She pointed at a column of numbers on the screen. Look at the timing. 3:14 and 0 seconds. Every single run. A person can't do that. A person varies. A person logs in at 3:14 one day and 3:17 the next. David pulled a notepad toward him. Wrote, Cron job. 12 hours. 8 months. The script was designed to pass automated monitoring, Sarah said. Variable endpoints. Variable credential rotation. But the timing was mechanical. That's what gave it away. How many times did it run? 487. David wrote the number, and you can prove this, or... I have the script. I have the deployment record. I have all 487 execution timestamps. I have the cron configuration. She opened the manila folder. Printouts. Highlighted lines. It's all from the USB. David put the pen down. He looked at the printouts. He looked at the terminal window. He looked at Sarah. Someone sat down and wrote code to manufacture evidence against me over 8 months. Sarah nodded. That's not governance, that's engineering. I know. Say it. Sarah looked at him. Someone engineered your termination. They wrote a script, deployed it to the infrastructure, and ran it 487 times over 8 months to build a paper trail that doesn't exist. David wrote on the notepad, engineered, 487 runs, paper trail fabricated. The deployment credentials trace back to the same 5 sessions I found before, Sarah said. Same cryptographic signatures, same board portal access. Shaw's portal? Not directly, but the chain leads there. Did the script target anyone else besides me and the 4 employees? Sarah shook her head. No other credentials, just the 5 of you. David sat back. He looked at the clock on the wall. 8:22 p.m. He looked at the notepad. 4 lines now. He looked at Sarah, still standing across the table, laptop open, folder of printouts between them. Can you document all of this? The script, the deployment path, the execution logs, the same way you documented the portal sessions? That's why I came here instead of calling. I need you to see what I'm documenting. I need you to understand what it says before I write it up, because once I write it up, it's evidence. Tonight, David said. I'm already halfway done. He pulled the notepad closer and wrote another line. Tanaka? He didn't know the name yet. Sarah hadn't traced the deployment origin, but someone had written 422 lines of code to destroy his career, and that person had a name. Sarah looked at the notepad. Who's Tanaka? I don't know yet. Someone wrote the code. Sarah closed the manila folder. She didn't touch that line. I'll have the documentation ready by morning. After Sarah left, David sat at the kitchen table. He opened his laptop. 3 emails from institutional investors. He opened them in order. Gravitas Capital wanted a call with the CEO or acting leadership. Acting leadership. Already passed him. Parkfield had placed Meridian on watch status. The language before they sell. Horizon was the only one that sounded human. David, call me. This is moving faster than anyone expected. 3 emails. 3 different ways to say the same thing. You're already gone. He closed the laptop. His phone buzzed. Text from James Hartley. Saw the notice. Call me when you can. David typed back. Tomorrow morning. Another text. Margaret Liu. David, I'm sorry. I voted against calling the session. It was 3-2. He didn't reply. A third text. Hartley again. Shaw's counsel filed a motion to waive the 30-day cure period, citing imminent material harm. If that passes, there's no waiting period after the vote. David read it, pulled the notepad across the table, wrote 4.7c, cause, 4.7f, waiver, same session, same 3 votes. He underlined it. Shaw wouldn't wait 30 days. He'd argue imminent material harm. Stock down 34%. Institutional investors calling. The SEC investigation. The cure period waiver would pass on the same 3-2 vote. Everything on the same agenda. 1 session. 2 votes. Both predetermined. He typed to Hartley. When do they vote on the waiver? Same session. Tomorrow evening. 1 vote for the clause, 1 vote for the waiver. Shaw bundled them. David typed back. Has Shaw contacted the institutional investors directly? The reply took 4 minutes. Unknown. But Gravitas sent a letter to the full board this afternoon. I'm forwarding it now. The email arrived. David read it. Gravitas Capital, managing $2.3 billion, formally requesting that the board take decisive action to restore confidence in Meridian's governance structure. The letter was addressed to Shaw. CC'd to the full board, not CC'd to David. He looked at the notepad. Cron job. 487 runs. Automated. Tanaka. And below that, the section numbers 4.7C, 4.7F. Same session, same votes. The investors were talking to Shaw. Shaw was talking to the investors. The circle was closing and David was outside it. But someone had written a script, and Sarah had found it. He pulled out his phone and typed a text to Nathan. 4 words. Sarah found something else. The reply came in 11 seconds. I know. Yasmin told me. Get some sleep. David stared at the reply. Yasmin already knew. Nathan already knew. The information was already moving through channels he couldn't see. His crisis, his company, his career, and the people working to save it were 3 time zones away, talking to each other, making decisions he wouldn't learn about until they were already in motion. He typed back. The board bundled the cure period waiver into tomorrow's session. Shaw filed the motion today. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Good. 1 word. David read it 3 times. Good. The man whose job was to save David's company had just called the acceleration of David's termination good. David tore the notepad page off, the one with the section numbers. He folded it and put it in his pocket with the first page. 2 folded pages now. Nathan's instructions on one, the evidence on the other. 36 hours to lose his company, and the only thing that might save it was 422 lines of code that someone had written to destroy him. The kitchen was dark. The laptop screen had gone to sleep. The only light came from his phone, face down on the table, the edge glowing where Nathan's 1-word reply still sat on the screen. 36 hours. Chapter 22. The Script. The file arrived at 11:42 p.m. Encrypted, Sarah Chen's secure channel. Priya opened it on the air-gapped workstation in the data room. 422 lines of code. Python. A cron job scheduled to execute every 12 hours at 03 now 14 and 15:14 UTC. Priya read it twice. The script was clean. Not clean as in simple. Clean as in built by someone who understood detection. The access patterns it generated varied by 3 to 7 seconds per entry. Random enough to pass automated monitoring, regular enough to complete its full cycle within each execution window. She pulled the execution timestamps Sarah had extracted. 8 months of runs. 487 total executions. 0 failures. Priya printed the script. She printed the execution log. She taped both to the wall of the data room next to the timeline she'd been building for 3 days. The timeline covered the east wall. Index cards. String. Printouts. A whiteboard she'd rolled in from the conference room. She picked up a red marker and drew a line from the cron job deployment date to the first phantom entry in the audit log. October 29th to November 3rd. 5 days between deployment and first execution. Nathan. He was in the war room. 11:58 p.m. Yasmin was with him. They both came to the data room door. Nathan entered. Yasmin leaned against the frame. Sarah's file. The cron job. What does it do? Nathan said. Creates phantom data access entries in Meridian's audit logs. Mimics organic user behavior. Variable timing. Variable endpoints. Variable session durations. Designed to look like a human accessing customer records without authorization. David's credentials? His and 3 others, Kevin Park, Lisa Park, Derek Yoon. The script rotates through them. The same 4 employees who were just fired, Yasmin said. 3 of the 4. Kevin Park was terminated 2 weeks ago, but the script had already rotated his credentials out after the first 3 months. He was used early and discarded. Nathan stood in the doorway. He didn't sit. How good is it? Good. The access patterns include deliberate irregularities. A login at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. A session that runs 40 minutes instead of 5. The kind of mistakes a person makes but a script doesn't. Someone built those in on purpose. Someone who knows what forensic auditors look for. Yes. Someone who's done this before, Yasmin said. Priya looked at her. That's my assumption. Nathan walked to the second workstation. Where was it deployed from? Priya pulled up the deployment log. IP address 74.112.880.203. I traced it through 3 layers. The origin resolved to a corporate VPN. Whose? Hargrove Dean, their Manhattan office, 450 Lexington. Nathan looked at the screen, then at Priya. Not Shaw. Not Shaw directly. The script was deployed from the law firm's network. Greg Tanaka's credentials on the firm's VPN. The same Greg Tanaka who drafted the Axial contract, Yasmin said. Same person, same credentials. He deployed the cron job 61 days after Shaw hired Hargrove Dean as outside counsel. Nathan pulled a chair out but didn't sit in it. Show me the timeline. Priya had already built it. She'd spent the last 2 hours turning Sarah's data into a sequence. 1 slide. She put it on the wall screen. Month 0. Shaw joins Meridian's board, August of last year. She pointed to the first card on the east wall. Month 2. Shaw recommends Hargrove Dean as outside counsel. Okafor retains them October 15th. Tanaka deploys the cron job October 29th. 14 days between retention and deployment. 14 days, Yasmin said. That's not onboarding. That's executing a plan that was already written. The cron job was ready before the ink dried on the retention agreement. Or before, Priya said. The script could have been written weeks earlier. Tanaka just needed access to deploy it. Month 3. First phantom entries appear in the audit logs. November. The script runs twice daily. Nobody notices because nobody's looking at raw access logs. Month 4. Board-appointed managers begin issuing directives. Whitfield signs the first one. December 3rd. Employees start executing instructions they don't understand or building a case. The human layer, Nathan said, on top of the automated layer. 2 tracks running simultaneously. The script fills the logs with phantom evidence. The directives create real employee actions that look suspicious in context. Month 8. Shaw's Audit Committee commissions the Claridge Partners audit. March. The audit examines logs that the cron job has been filling for 5 months. Claridge doesn't know the logs are fabricated. They audit what they're given. Month 10. Shaw receives the audit results. May. He sits on them for 2 months. Why 2 months? Yasmin said. Timing. The Series E negotiations begin in July. The audit drops when the valuation is being set. Maximum damage to the stock price. Maximum leverage for the board. He waited for the moment the stock price mattered most. Nathan said, "Yes, 2 months of patience. The audit is a weapon. You don't fire a weapon until the target is in position." Month 11. Shaw begins private conversations with institutional investors. June. We don't have transcripts, but the gravitas letter references ongoing concerns raised during board-level discussions. That language implies prior contact. Month 12. The audit is leaked to Alan Cross at the Times, July. Month 13. Cross publishes. The story breaks, August 8th. Month 13 plus 11 days. Emergency board vote. Tomorrow, August 19th. She stopped. The wall screen showed the full sequence. 14 entries, 14 months. Nathan read the slide. Yasmin read it from the doorway. 14 months of construction, Priya said. 24 hours to take it apart. Nathan stood behind the chair with both hands on its back. He read the slide again. We're not taking it apart. Then what are we doing? Showing everyone how it was built. Priya looked at the timeline on the screen. That's faster. That's the point. And harder to spin, Yasmin said. Shaw can argue about data access patterns all day. He can't argue about a script deployed from his own law firm. Nathan sat down. Walk me through the legal exposure. Every move is legal in isolation. Joining a board, hiring outside counsel, appointing managers, commissioning an audit. Leaking an audit is gray, but not criminal. And the cron job? Not legal. Unauthorized access to a computer system. Fabrication of digital records. If Tanaka deployed it on Shaw's instruction, that's conspiracy. If Tanaka deployed it independently, Hargrove Dean loses its license, and Tanaka faces federal charges. Either way, Shaw's outside counsel manufactured the evidence that Shaw's audit committee then investigated. Yes. And the audit that found the evidence was commissioned by the same person who commissioned the evidence. Yes. How many times has that sentence been true in the history of corporate governance? Yasmin said. More than you'd think, Nathan said. This is the first time someone left a 422-line receipt. Tanaka's a lawyer, Yasmin said. Not an engineer. He didn't write this himself. No, Priya said. The code quality is professional. Proper error handling, logging suppression. Whoever wrote this has deployed production systems. So Tanaka commissioned it. Someone else built it. That's another name we need, Nathan said. I can pull Hargrove Dean's contractor records if we get a subpoena, Yasmin said. We won't need a subpoena. Once the SEC has the referral, Hargrove Dean's partners will be falling over each other to cooperate. Nobody goes to prison for a client. Nathan was quiet for 9 seconds. Priya counted. The second cycle peaks at 2 p.m. We detonate before that. 6 a.m., Priya said. 6 a.m. Markets don't open until 9:30. We hit the board, the SEC, and 3 outlets simultaneously, 18 hours before the vote. The vote becomes irrelevant, Yasmin said. Shaw can't call a governance session while the SEC is reviewing a criminal referral against his own counsel. Priya pulled up the deployment schedule she'd drafted while waiting for Nathan. 6 targets, 6 delivery methods, 1 timestamp. Alan Cross gets the exclusive, The cron job, the IP trace, the 14-month timeline. He broke the original story. He gets to break the correction. Vanessa Torres. Parallel track. She gets the Hargrove Dean angle. Law firm manufactured evidence for its own client's board coup. Different story. Same facts. 2 publications running complementary stories at the same time, Yasmin said. Neither one can be dismissed as a single-source hit piece. SEC? Nina files a criminal referral at 6 a.m. Computer fraud. Securities fraud. Conspiracy. Nathan looked at the deployment schedule. What about the employees? The 4 who were fired. Their terminations were based on activity generated by the cron job. Their credentials were used without their knowledge. Lisa Park, Kevin Park, Yoon, Acosta. Walsh, too. Her email forward was used as supporting evidence alongside the phantom logs. 5 people whose careers were damaged or destroyed by a script running on a server at 450 Lexington. Yasmin crossed her arms. Lisa Park's visa. What about it? Nathan said. Employer-sponsored. Termination triggered a 60-day clock. She has until mid-September to find a new sponsor or she leaves the country. And Nathan looked at the deployment schedule. Then at Yasmin. Include that in the cross package. Every person the script framed. Names, roles, what they were told to do, what the script did with their credentials. David will want that, Yasmin said. David asked for it specifically, Nathan said. Last call. Priya added a line to the schedule. Nathan stood up and walked to the door. He stopped. Pull client number 7's board records. Same timeline. Vantage Capital. I want to see if the dates rhyme. Priya pulled the Vantage Capital file. She had access from 8 months ago when Vantage retained REDACT. Board minutes. Governance committee records. Outside counsel retention dates. She ran the comparison. The room was quiet except for the workstation fan and Yasmin shifting her weight in the doorway. The clock on the wall read 12:09 a.m. The records loaded. Board minutes going back 18 months. Governance committee agendas. Outside counsel invoices. A retention letter signed by Vantage's lead independent director. Shaw joined Vantage's board 14 months ago. Outside counsel retained 11 months ago. Governance review initiated 6 months ago. CEO performance motion filed 3 weeks ago. Same intervals, same sequence, different company. Nathan. He turned in the doorway. The dates rhyme. He walked back to the screen. Priya put the 2 timelines side by side. Meridian on top. Vantage Capital on the bottom. The intervals matched within days. Yasmin walked into the room for the first time. She stood next to Nathan and read both timelines. He's running a playbook, she said. Join the board. Hire the firm. Deploy the tool. Commission the audit. Trigger the clause. Same steps. Same order. Same intervals. Same architect. Same blueprint, Priya said. The only variable is the target company. And the employees who get used along the way, Yasmin said. Callaway Industrial, Nathan said. I don't have their records. Get them. That's not our client. It will be by Wednesday. Shaw sits on 3 boards, Yasmin said. If the intervals hold across all 3, this isn't a coup. It's a business model. Nathan looked at both timelines on the screen. 14 months. 14 months. The same architecture. Tomorrow morning, both boards, same blast. He checked his watch. 12:17 a.m. 24 hours. He left the data room. Yasmin followed. Priya heard them talking in the hallway. Nathan's voice was low. Yasmin's was lower. Priya saved the deployment schedule. She saved the timelines. She saved the cron job analysis. She backed up everything to the encrypted partition. 487 executions. 0 failures. 1 IP address. 1 law firm. 14 months. 2 companies confirmed. Possibly 3. She looked at the east wall. The index cards, the string, the printouts. 14 months of someone else's work, mapped in 3 days. She looked at the east wall one more time. The 2 timelines side by side. 2 companies. 14 months each. The same hand. She closed the laptop and went to find coffee. Chapter 23. The Burn. The detonation package had gone out at 6 a.m. Cross had it. Torres had it. Nina's SEC referral was filed. Nathan sat in the conference room on the 42nd floor at 6:48 a.m. and watched his phone not ring. 48 minutes since the package dropped. No calls, no texts, no alerts. The city was waking up into a morning that didn't know yet what had changed. 18 hours to the vote. Every minute of silence was a minute closer to the blast radius expanding beyond his control. Every minute of silence was also a minute Shaw hadn't moved. Nathan kept his hands on the table and waited. Sarah Kessler appeared in the doorway at 6:51. She held a single folder. Helen Fry is downstairs. Building security just cleared her. Send her up. Nathan. He looked at her. The retainer invoice for Vantage is due Friday. $250,000. I know. Do you want me to hold it? No. I want you to reverse it. Pro rata refund for the current quarter. Full calculation. Wire it today. Sarah didn't move. She stood in the doorway with the folder pressed against her chest. In 20 years of crisis work, across every firm I've touched, I have never seen a shop terminate a 7-figure annual relationship without being forced to. I know what I'm asking. Do you? Because this isn't just a retainer. This is the signal. Every client we have watches what we do when it costs us something. You fire Vantage, and the ones who retained us for stability start wondering if we're stable. The ones who retained us for stability aren't the ones I'm worried about. You should be. That's the business, Nathan. Stability is the product. We're not a cause. We're a service. Nathan looked at the folder in her hands. What's the downstream exposure? If the termination leaks as instability rather than principle. Westbrook Group and Harmon. Both retained us within the last 6 months. Both have board members who golf with Helen Fry. 3 clients total. $3 million a year. And if it leaks as principle, then maybe we hold, maybe we gain. I don't know. I've never seen anyone try it. Prepare the refund calculation. Wire it today. Sarah set the folder on the table. She didn't argue further. She left. Nathan checked his phone. 6:57. 57 minutes since detonation. Still nothing. Helen Fry arrived at 7:02. She wore a gray suit and carried a leather portfolio she didn't open. Vantage Capital's independent board director, appointed 18 months ago to satisfy governance requirements after their Series C. She sat across from Nathan. Thank you for coming on short notice. Your office said it was urgent. She placed her hands flat on the table. Is this about the CEO review? No. Then what? REDACT has identified a conflict that prevents us from continuing our engagement with Vantage Capital. Your retainer will be refunded pro rata. Helen Fry didn't blink. She looked at Nathan's face. She looked at his phone on the table. She looked back at his face. You're firing us. We're terminating the engagement, effective immediately. Nathan, we've been retained for 8 months. You've had access to our board materials, our governance structure, our internal communications. You can't just walk away without an explanation. The engagement letter covers this. Section 12. Either party may terminate with 30 days' notice or immediately upon identification of a material conflict. What conflict? I can't disclose that. She opened the portfolio. Nathan could see the Vantage Board calendar inside. Meetings highlighted in yellow. A vote circled in red, 3 weeks out. We have a CEO performance review scheduled for next month. The board is split. 4 members who want Tannenbaum out, 3 who don't. We retained REDACT specifically to manage the communications around that process. I know. If you pull out now, we lose 3 weeks of preparation. The messaging frameworks, the stakeholder maps, the media contingencies, all of it goes with you. The frameworks are yours. I'll have Sarah send the full deliverable archive by end of business. Helen Fry closed the portfolio. She looked at the table for a long moment. I was trying to help him, you know. Tannenbaum. She said it quietly. He's not a bad CEO. He's a bad communicator. The board wanted blood because he can't explain himself in a room. I thought if REDACT could manage the narrative around the review, we could get him a fair hearing instead of an execution. She stood up. She didn't extend her hand. Now he gets the execution. You need to retain another firm. Tonight. I know what I need to do. She walked to the door. She stopped. Who else knows about this? You, me, REDACT's general counsel. Helen Fry left. Nathan listened to her heels on the hallway floor. He waited until the elevator chime sounded. Then he picked up his phone. He dialed a number he'd pulled from the Vantage Capital file at 5 a.m. Direct line. Not the office. Not the assistant. The cell phone of Richard Tannenbaum, CEO of Vantage Capital Partners. It rang 4 times. Mr. Tannenbaum, this is Nathan Ashford. I run a firm called REDACT. We were retained by your board 8 months ago. Silence on the other end. I'm calling because, as of 20 minutes ago, we've terminated that engagement. Your board representative, Helen Fry, has been informed. You'll receive formal notice by end of business today. Nathan stood and walked to the window. The city was still dark at the edges. I can't tell you why. I'm not permitted to discuss the specifics, but I'm going to tell you something I'm not required to tell you, and I need you to listen carefully. He put his free hand in his pocket. You need to hire your own crisis firm. Tonight, not your board's firm, yours. Personally, you have less time than you think. He listened. I'm not in a position to say more than that. You'll understand within 48 hours, probably sooner. He listened. Good luck, Mr. Tannenbaum. He ended the call. He set the phone on the windowsill. His phone showed 7:19 a.m., 1 hour, 19 minutes since the package dropped. Cross would publish any minute now. The SEC referral was already in the system. Nathan's phone buzzed. Text from Yasmin. Cross is live. 8 minutes ago. Then another. Torres filing now. He watched 53rd Street below. A delivery truck was double parked. A man in a green jacket unloaded boxes onto a hand truck, checked his phone, pushed through a service entrance. The world doing what it always did while something shifted underneath it. The door opened behind him. Yasmin closed the conference room door and sat in the chair Helen Fry had used. First cycle velocity is above anything Priya's modeled. The cron job detail is what's moving it. Technical people understand what a phantom audit script means. It's not abstract anymore. Good. Helen Fry. Gone. I called Tannenbaum after. Yasmin leaned back. You told him to hire his own firm. Yes. Shaw will know within hours. Shaw will know we quit. By then, Cross is published, Torres is live, the SEC referral is in the news cycle. He'll be reacting, not acting. He can't build a counter-move in 17 hours. He'll try to accelerate the vote. He can't. The emergency session was already accelerated. The bylaws require 48 hours notice for any further schedule change. He's locked into his own timeline. And the individual calls, off the record? Patricia Yee and Tom Grasso will take his call. They're his. The other 4 will have Red Cross by then. Margaret Liu gave David the card. She'll hold. Peterson and Nakamura follow the governance structure. Walsh reads the journal. 4 to 3. 4 to 3 is enough. Callaway Industrial. What about them? Shaw sits on their board, too. If the pattern holds, he's running the same play there. Priya found the matching intervals last night. Callaway isn't our client. Not yet, but their CEO is about to get a phone call from someone. If it's not us, it's someone who doesn't know what Shaw's playbook looks like. One thing at a time. Meridian first. Priya can have the Callaway timeline comparison ready by noon. After Meridian is secure, tell her noon is fine. Yasmin stood. She walked to the door. The clients who stay are the clients we want. Nathan looked at her. Sarah told me. About the $3 million. Yasmin put her hand on the door frame. She's right about the risk. You know that. I know. And you're doing it anyway. The clients who leave were going to leave the next time something hard happened. I'd rather know now. Yasmin left. Nathan sat alone. The coffee Sarah had brought at 6:51 was cold. Helen Fry's chair was still pulled out from the table. He pushed it back in. 2 hours of work. 1 client gone. 1 CEO warned. $3 million in potential losses against a principal he couldn't invoice for. His phone buzzed at 8:16 a.m. Text message. Unknown number. Manhattan area code. Mr. Ashford. I think we should talk. Marcus Shaw. Nathan read it once. He read it again. 2 hours and 16 minutes. That's how long it took. The package at 6. The text at 8:16. Shaw had been watching. Shaw had been waiting. And now Shaw wanted to talk, which meant Shaw was scared, which meant the package was working. Nathan set the phone face down on the conference table. The screen went dark against the wood. He checked his watch. 16 hours. Chapter 24. Face to Face. 18 hours to the vote. Nathan's car dropped him at the corner of East 21st and Park Avenue South. He told the driver to circle. The Gramercy Club occupied the second floor of a limestone building with no sign on the door. Just a brass plate with a number. He'd been here twice before, both times for clients. Quiet building. The expensive quiet. He stood on the sidewalk for 30 seconds. A delivery truck idled at the corner. 2 women walked past with shopping bags, talking about a restaurant. Normal afternoon. Normal city. 18 hours from now, the vote would happen and none of these people would know or care. He checked his phone. No messages from Yasmin. No messages from Nina. The SEC referral had been filed that morning. Everything was in motion. The meeting was optional. Shaw had texted from an unknown number at 11 p.m. the previous night. 4 words. I think we should talk. Not the 212 number from the earlier call. A new one. Nathan had waited until morning to reply. 3 words. Name the place. Shaw had chosen the Gramercy Club, a neutral venue that was also his home court. Nathan noted the contradiction. Nathan put his phone in his jacket pocket and walked up the steps. Inside, the lobby was narrow. Marble floor, brass mailboxes, a single elevator with a manual gate. A woman in a black dress sat behind a desk that looked older than the building. She didn't look up. The man beside her did. Mr. Ashford, 2nd floor. Mr. Shaw is expecting you. Shaw had arrived first. Of course he had. The man who arrives first chooses the chair. Nathan filed it. The man in a dark suit checked a leather-bound book and led him through a hallway lined with oil paintings nobody looked at. The carpet was thick enough to absorb footsteps. The building was air-conditioned to a temperature that discouraged lingering. The private dining room was at the end of the hall. 1 table. 2 chairs. White tablecloth. No windows. A waiter stood by the door with his hands behind his back. Marcus Shaw was already seated. He wore a navy suit with no tie. His hands rested on the table, fingers laced. A glass of sparkling water sat to his right, untouched. He'd positioned himself facing the door. Nathan noted it. You face the door when you want to see who's coming. You sit with your back to it when you want the other person to know you're not worried. Mr. Ashford. Shaw stood and extended his hand. His grip was firm, brief, calibrated. Thank you for making the time. You asked to talk. I did. Shaw sat back down. He gestured to the other chair. Please. Nathan sat. The chair was leather, heavy. He didn't adjust it. The waiter approached. Nathan ordered black coffee. Shaw ordered nothing else. The room was small, 10 feet by 12. The table filled most of it. Nathan could hear the building's ventilation system and nothing else. No traffic from 21st Street. No voices from the hallway. The room was built for conversations that didn't leave it. I appreciate your coming here directly, Shaw said. I think there's been a great deal of noise around what is, at its core, a governance matter. 2 professionals should be able to discuss it without intermediaries. Go ahead. Shaw leaned back. He placed one hand on the table. The other rested in his lap. His posture was practiced. Boardroom comfortable. David Chen is a brilliant engineer. I've said that publicly and I'll say it again here. What he built at Meridian is exceptional. The infrastructure, the technical architecture, the team he assembled in the first 5 years, genuinely impressive. But But building a company and running a company are different skills. Most founders understand this. Some don't. David doesn't. Shaw picked up his water, took a small sip, set it back in the same spot. The glass left a ring on the tablecloth. Shaw noticed it and moved the glass half an inch. The data governance issues are real. The compliance gaps are documented. The vendor relationships raise legitimate questions. I'm not manufacturing a crisis. I'm responding to one. You sound like a press release. I sound like a board member doing his job. Shaw's voice didn't change. Governance isn't a conspiracy, Mr. Ashford. It's a fiduciary obligation. If I see problems and I don't act, I'm liable. Personally. So I act. The waiter brought Nathan's coffee. Black, in a white cup. Nathan moved it to his left but didn't drink. Shaw watched him move the cup. His eyes tracked the motion and returned to Nathan's face. How long have you been on Meridian's board? Nathan said. 14 months. And the concern surfaced when? Over the past 8 months, as the compliance review progressed. 6 months after you joined. Roughly. How many boards do you sit on? Nathan said. 6. Corfield Health. Yes. PTR Logistics. Shaw tilted his head. You've done your homework. The CEO at Corfield was removed in 17 days. The CEO at PTR was removed in 14. Both times the governance concerns materialized approximately 2 weeks before a scheduled vote. Both times Ridgeline Partners increased its position in the months before the concerns surfaced. Shaw uncrossed his hands. He placed them flat on the table, both palms down. I'm an active investor. Active investors buy stock in companies where they see undervalued assets and management problems. That's not unusual. That's the job description. And the timing? Coincidental. 3 times. Twice is a pattern. You'd need 4 to make it interesting. You just said it was coincidental. Shaw paused. Half a second. He picked up his water glass and set it back down without drinking. Both things can be true. Active investors encounter governance problems because we look for them. That creates a pattern. The pattern is coincidental because the companies are unrelated. Except for you. Shaw's expression didn't shift. I've been on public and private boards for 22 years. Some companies have strong management. Some don't. When they don't, the board has an obligation to act. Nathan waited. The room was quiet. Shaw held the silence for 5 seconds, then 6. Most people fill a silence after 4. Shaw knew how to wait. He'd done this across tables in conference rooms for 2 decades, but he'd asked for this meeting. That meant the silence cost him more than it cost Nathan. I've been part of management transitions at Corfield, at PTR, and yes, I believe Meridian needs one too. It's not a pattern of misconduct. It's a pattern of competence. Nathan picked up his coffee. He took 1 sip. He set it down. Tell me about the Kroll audit. Independent forensic review. Standard process when compliance concerns are raised. The 7 API endpoints cited in the audit don't exist. Shaw blinked once. I'm not a technical person. I rely on the auditors for technical findings. 3 of the credentials referenced were never issued. The formatting uses dashes in employee ID numbers. Meridian's system doesn't generate dashes. If there are technical inaccuracies in the audit, I'm sure they can be addressed through the proper channels. They were fabricated. That's an allegation. I'd be careful with allegations right now, Mr. Ashford. There seem to be a lot of them going around. Nathan watched Shaw's hands. Both still, both relaxed. The man's posture hadn't changed since Nathan sat down. His breathing was even. His shoulders were square. 22 years of boardrooms had built a body that didn't betray its owner. "Let me save you some time," Shaw said. "I know what you're doing. You're building a narrative that the board manufactured evidence. It's a good narrative. Compelling, even. Board faction frames innocent CEO. The press loves that story. The SEC might even open a file. But opening a file isn't a finding. And your client's stock has dropped 34% in 12 days. Even if you're right about everything, the damage is done. The company needs leadership transition regardless. The market has priced in a change. The market priced in a fraud you manufactured. The market priced in uncertainty. Where that uncertainty came from is a legal question. Legal questions take years. Board votes take hours. Nathan said nothing. Shaw had rehearsed this. The argument was too clean, the cadences too even. 14 hours, Nathan said. Is that a deadline? It's a number. You like numbers. 14 days, 14 months, 14 hours. Shaw's fingers moved. A small adjustment. His right index finger tapped the tablecloth once, but the water glass had been moved, and Shaw's eyes had tracked Nathan's coffee cup. Small inventory checks. The vendor contract with Axial Data Solutions, Nathan said. David's signature was in a batch of 43 documents. Position 39. His executive assistant compiled the batch. She was hired 4 months ago by your board-appointed COO. Richard Okafor is a qualified executive. Lauren Marsh's separation agreement was dated October 8th. The batch list was compiled October 9th. She was fired before she created the document that got David's signature on the contract. Shaw's jaw moved. A small lateral shift. He corrected it immediately. Personnel decisions and their timing are operational matters. I don't manage Meridian's day-to-day operations. You retained Hargrove Dean. They drafted the contract. Greg Tanaka's language was designed to look like a data exfiltration agreement. I recommended outside counsel. That's standard board practice. Greg Tanaka billed 11 hours on a contract that should have taken 2. The extra 9 hours were configuration consulting for Meridian's audit logging system. Shaw didn't answer. The cron job. Nathan set his coffee cup aside. Was that governance too? Shaw's face didn't change. His hand stopped moving. The room was quiet. The waiter had stepped into the hallway. The door was closed. Nathan could hear the ventilation system and the blood in his own ears. I'm not familiar with the technical details you're referencing. A scheduled script deployed from Hargrove Dean's network. It modified Meridian's audit logs, phantom entries, configuration changes backdated 6 months. The commits are cryptographically signed. Mr. Shaw, they trace to board portal sessions. 5 sessions. Your sessions. Shaw picked up his water glass. He held it but didn't drink. He set it back down. His eyes moved to Nathan's phone on the table, then to the door, then back. The glass was back in its original position, inside the ring it had left earlier. "What exactly are you proposing, Mr. Ashford?" Nathan pushed his chair back. He stood. He put both hands flat on the table and looked down at Shaw. "You've done this before. I can prove it. The audit is fabricated. The vendor contract was planted. The employee testimony is based on digital traces you manufactured. James Huang sat in meetings with someone he believed was David Chen because you built a digital trail that made it look like David was in the room." Shaw looked up at Nathan. His face was still. His posture was still. His hands rested flat on the table. "In 12 hours, everything goes to the SEC and every reporter in New York. Simultaneously. The forensic evidence. The pattern across 3 companies. The cron job. The ridgeline position increases timed to each manufactured crisis. 6 hours before your vote." Nathan straightened. "You're threatening me," Shaw said. "I'm telling you what happens in 12 hours. That's not a threat. That's a schedule." Shaw placed both hands on the table. He studied Nathan's face the way a doctor studies a scan, looking for the thing that doesn't belong, looking for the bluff. He wouldn't find it. "Everything I did was within my governance authority." The Crone job wasn't. Shaw checked his watch. Nathan saw it. The first tell. The first involuntary movement Shaw had made in the entire conversation. His left hand rotated. His eyes dropped for half a second, and then his hand returned to the table. Not checking the time. Checking his own composure. The hand that went to the watch was the hand that needed something to do. "Computer fraud," Nathan said. "Securities fraud. Conspiracy. Unauthorized access to a computer system. Fabrication of digital records. The SEC referral was filed this morning. Nina Park filed it. She's very thorough." "Your general counsel?" "Yes." Shaw's mouth opened, closed. He'd been about to say something and decided against it. Another tell. 2 and 30 seconds. "Shaw." Shaw looked at him. "Withdraw the motion. Resign from the board. Tonight. Before 6 a.m. "Or?" "There's no or. The materials go at 6 a.m. regardless. This is the version where you've already resigned. The version where the story is about what you did, not who you are." That's generous. It's practical. The SEC filing name's Ridgeline Partners, not Marcus Shaw. If you're off the board by morning, the corporate story and the security story separate. You can fight one, you can't fight both. Shaw looked at Nathan for 4 seconds without speaking. His jaw tightened, released. "You've thought about this?" "For 12 days. Shaw folded his napkin. He placed it on the table beside his untouched water. The fold was precise, corners aligned. "I've seen firms like yours before, Mr. Ashford. Crisis shops that believe they've found the thread that unravels everything. They pull it, and nothing happens. Cryptographic signatures on your board portal commits. Those don't disappear." Shaw stood. He smoothed his jacket with both hands. He buttoned the middle button. He pushed his chair in. "You're making a mistake, Mr. Ashford. I sit on 6 boards. I have relationships you haven't mapped yet." He adjusted his cuffs. 12 hours is a long time. He walked to the door. He opened it himself. He didn't look back. His footsteps were even on the hallway floor. Measured. Not fast, The front door of the club opened and closed. Nathan stood at the table. The room still held Shaw's cologne. Subtle. Expensive. The kind chosen to be noticed only in enclosed spaces. He sat back down. Not in his chair. In Shaw's chair. The leather was warm. He pulled his coffee toward him. It was cold. He signaled the waiter. "Another coffee, please." "Oh, of course, sir." Nathan checked his watch. 2:47 p.m. Shaw was wrong. 12 hours is nothing. That's the point. He took out his phone and typed a message to Yasmin. Meeting done. He checked his watch. He's scared. 3 dots appeared. Then Yasmin's reply. "Good." Torres called. She found the second source on her own. "We didn't plant it." Nathan typed back. "Clean." He put the phone face down on the white tablecloth. The waiter brought the coffee. Nathan drank it in Shaw's chair. The room was empty. The building was quiet. 21st Street was 4 stories below and a world away. He sat there for 3 more minutes. The waiter refilled his cup without being asked. The room was 10 feet by 12. 1 table, 2 chairs. A white tablecloth with a water ring where Shaw's glass had been. The ventilation system hummed. 21st Street was 4 stories below. Nathan finished the coffee. He set the cup in the center of the table. Aligned the handle. The small gesture of a man who arranges rooms after other people leave them. Then he stood, left $40 on the table, and walked out into the afternoon. His car was circling. He saw it on Lexington and raised one hand. The driver pulled to the curb. Nathan got in, checked his phone. Yasmin had sent a second message. Jack confirmed. Rachel and Torres both have packages queued for 6 a.m. Cross gets his 15 minutes later. Everything is staged. Nathan typed, "Good. Go home. Sleep. Tomorrow is a long day." Yasmin, "It's already tomorrow." Nathan put the phone down. The car turned north on Park. The city moved around him. Cabs, pedestrians, a hot dog cart on the corner of 26th. 18 hours. 14 hours to the vote. Chapter 25. The Source. Day 12. Yasmin was in the back of a car on Atlantic Avenue when Priya called. She had 2 coffees in the cup holder. One was hers. The other was for a source she was meeting in 20 minutes. A compliance officer at Hargrove Dean, who'd agreed to talk about the vendor contract language. The meeting was at a diner on Smith Street. Yasmin had picked the spot because it was loud and cash only, and the compliance officer lived 3 blocks away. She'd been reviewing Nina's SEC cover letter on her laptop. Page 4, language around the Crone job forensics. Nina wanted consistent with in 2 places where Yasmin wanted demonstrates. They'd been going back and forth since 7 a.m. Check your phone. Bloomberg terminal alert 40 seconds ago. Yasmin switched to speaker and opened Bloomberg. The headline was 3 lines. She read it twice. Meridian whistleblower. Identified as former analyst under a SEC review, Kevin Park, 26, provided information to crisis firm while facing regulatory scrutiny. "Where did this come from?" Yasmin said. "Press blast. Went to 6 outlets simultaneously. Park's full employment record is attached. His termination letter. His SEC interview schedule. Someone gave them everything." Shaw. "Has to be. The filing details are internal to Meridian's HR system. Board-level access only." Yasmin closed Bloomberg. She opened Twitter. Kevin Park was trending in New York. The third result was a Substack post titled "REDACT's Tainted Source Chain." She didn't click it. The fourth result was a CNBC producer asking for comment. The fifth was a screenshot of Kevin's LinkedIn profile. Someone had already found his college graduation photo. "How fast?" Yasmin said. "Second cycle in 40 minutes. It's moving." "What's Cross doing?" "Nothing yet, but the Times has the employment record. They'll run something by 10. The car was stopped at a light on Flatbush. A delivery truck was double parked ahead of them. The driver looked in the rear view, waiting for direction. The coffee for the compliance officer was still warm. In 20 minutes it wouldn't be. "Get Jack on this," Yasmin said. "I need to know which outlets have the full package and which are running off the Bloomberg wire." Already sent him the list. Good. Yasmin hung up. She closed the laptop. She looked at the 2 coffees. The compliance officer at Hargrove Dean was expecting her in 16 minutes. That meeting still mattered. The vendor contract language was a separate thread from Kevin's testimony. She could still make it. Her phone rang. The caller ID said Kevin Park. She picked up the second coffee and put it on the floor of the car. She wasn't going to Smith Street. She answered. "Kevin." She listened. Traffic moved. The driver merged onto 4th Avenue without being told. Kevin was talking fast. She could hear his breathing between words. She could hear a television or a laptop speaker in the background. Someone reading the Bloomberg headline. "I know. I saw it." She listened. He was asking how they got his name. He was asking how they got his SEC schedule. He was asking how they got his termination letter. "I know." She listened. Her hand was on the door handle. She wasn't gripping it. Her hand was just there, resting. The car passed a school. A crossing guard was waving someone through. "Kevin, Kevin, stop for a second. Are you somewhere safe?" She listened. He was at his apartment, alone. His roommate was at work. He'd been making breakfast when the first text came in. A friend from his old analyst cohort. "Bro, are you on Bloomberg?" He hadn't eaten the breakfast. It was still on the counter. "Okay, stay there. Don't talk to anyone. Don't answer calls from numbers you don't recognize." She listened. His voice changed. Higher. The breathing was different now. He was asking about what she'd told him in the parking garage. She'd said his identity would be protected. She'd said the information would be handled carefully. She'd said, trust the process. "I know what I said. I know." She listened. The car turned onto 4th Avenue. A cyclist cut in front of them and the driver braked. The coffee on the floor tilted but didn't spill. "I can't answer that right now." She listened. "Because I don't have an answer right now." She listened for a long time. Kevin talked and then stopped talking and then started again. The car passed 3 lights. Yasmin didn't move. Her bag was on the seat next to her. Her laptop was in the bag. She didn't reach for it. The driver kept his eyes forward. He'd driven REDACT people before. He knew what a bad call sounded like. "Kevin, I'm going to call you back. I need you to not talk to anyone until I do. Can you do that?" And she listened. "I know you did." She hung up. She put the phone face down on her lap. The car kept moving. The coffee she'd bought for the Hargrove Dean source was on the floor, lid on, getting cold. She didn't pick her phone back up for 4 blocks. She didn't open the laptop. She watched Atlantic Avenue turn into 4th Avenue turn into the approach to the Manhattan Bridge. Brooklyn, outside the windows. Bright morning. 70 degrees. The driver looked in the rearview. Office? Office. REDACT's floor was bright. 10:14 p.m. Tom Brandt was at his workstation with 3 monitors running. Headlines on one. SEC filing database on another. The third showed a timeline he'd been updating by hand since day 1. Jack was on his phone in the glass conference room, pacing. He had his tie loosened and a legal pad on the table with a list of outlet names, some circled, some crossed out. Priya's desk had 4 screens, all showing velocity dashboards. The Bloomberg alert was 52 minutes old. The second cycle was starting. Yasmin could see the curve building on Priya's center monitor from 10 feet away. It was steep. Yasmin walked past all of them. She went to Nathan's office. The door was open. He was standing behind his desk reading his phone. Black coffee on the left side, in the spot where the ring on the desk matched the bottom of the cup. No papers. The overhead light was off. The desk lamp was on. His jacket was still buttoned. "You saw it," Yasmin said. "Priya called me 4 minutes after it hit." Shaw moved fast. He had to. 12 hours. Yasmin stepped inside. She didn't sit. Nathan didn't sit either. The door stayed open behind her. Through the glass wall, she could see Jack still pacing in the conference room. His mouth was moving. His free hand was making a point to someone who couldn't see it. "Kevin Park just called me." Nathan set his phone down on the desk, face up. "What did he say?" "He's 26 years old. His name is on Bloomberg. His employment record is public. The SEC interview schedule is public. Every outlet in New York knows he talked to us." "What did he say?" "He's done, Nathan. His career at any regulated firm is done. No compliance department will touch him. His face is on Twitter next to the word whistleblower and the word scandal in the same sentence." Nathan didn't look away. Did he say anything about the SEC interview? "I didn't ask about the SEC interview. We need to know if he's still going." "He called me in tears. I didn't ask about the SEC interview." Nathan picked up his coffee. He took a sip. He set it back in the same spot. The ring matched. Shaw leaked the employment record to discredit the evidence chain, Nathan said. "If Park is compromised as a source, everything he gave us is tainted in the press. The SEC still has the documents, but the narrative around those documents just changed. The story is now about REDACT using a compromised analyst, not about Shaw manufacturing evidence. I know what it does strategically. I need to know you know." "I know." Yasmin put her hands in her jacket pockets. "Did you know this would happen?" "I knew it was possible." "That's not what I asked." Nathan looked at her. The office was quiet. Jack's voice was a murmur through the glass wall, too far to make out words. Priya's keyboard had stopped. The ventilation system pushed air through a vent above the door. "Yes." Yasmin nodded. She didn't move. She stood exactly where she was, both hands still in her pockets. Her weight was even on both feet. She held the look, the same look she used on sources who were deciding whether to keep talking. "When?" "When we included his testimony in the evidentiary package." "That was Tuesday." "Yes." "You didn't tell me." "You would have done something different with the package." "Yes, I would have." "And the package would have been weaker." Yasmin said nothing for 4 seconds. She could hear Jack's voice through the glass. She could hear the coffee machine in the kitchen down the hall cycling through a brew nobody had ordered. That wasn't your call to make without telling me. It was exactly my call. He was my source. He was REDACT's source. The room held still. Nathan's hands were at his sides. Yasmin's were in her pockets. Neither of them had raised their voice. Neither of them would. I met him in a parking garage, Yasmin said. I told him we could protect his identity. I told him the information he gave us would be used carefully. I told him to trust the process. You told him what you believed at the time. And you made the strategic call that put his name on a target. The strategy required his information to be part of the evidentiary package. His information is what connects the Fong directive to Shaw's timeline. Without Park, we have theory. With Park, we have a witness chain. And now, Shaw burned the witness chain. Shaw burned the public perception of the witness chain. The SEC still has everything Park gave us. The documents don't change because his name is on Bloomberg. Tell that to Kevin. Nathan didn't answer. He stood behind his desk with his hands at his sides. The coffee was still steaming. Outside the window, Midtown was dark. 10-something p.m. The buildings across the street had their office lights on in random patterns. Cleaning crews, security, people who worked late because they couldn't stop. He trusted me, Yasmin said. He trusted you because you're trustworthy. That hasn't changed. Tell that to his career. Nathan didn't answer. The building's ventilation system hummed. A phone rang somewhere on the floor and stopped. Through the glass, Jack had stopped pacing. He was looking at his legal pad with his phone still against his ear, writing something. 8 hours, Yasmin. I know. The 6 a.m. package goes to Cross, Torres, and the SEC simultaneously. Everything. Sarah's USB data, the cron job forensics, Shaw's board portal commits, the 3-company pattern. Park's testimony is one piece of a larger architecture. Shaw burned one piece. We have the rest. Kevin Park isn't a piece. No, he's not. They stood there. Neither of them moved. Yasmin could hear Jack's voice start up again through the wall. She could hear Priya's keyboard resume. She could hear the building settling into its late-night register, the way offices sound when most of the floor is dark, and the work that's left is the work that can't wait. What do you want me to do? Nathan said. I want you to not pretend this is clean. I've never pretended it was clean. Then don't tell me his testimony is one piece of a larger architecture. He's a 26-year-old kid from Ann Arbor who answered questions in a parking garage because I asked him to. And now his name is on every terminal in New York. Nathan looked at his coffee. He looked back at Yasmin. His face didn't change. His hands didn't move. But he held the look longer than he held most things. 3 seconds. 4. What do you need? I need to prep the 6 a.m. package. Then prep it. Yasmin took her hands out of her pockets. She straightened her jacket. She turned and walked to the door. Yasmin. She stopped, one hand on the door frame. The package has to be airtight. Shaw just told us his defense. He's going to argue every source we have is compromised. Every document came from someone with an agenda. The 6 a.m. blast has to be forensic evidence that doesn't need a human source to validate it. cryptographic signatures, system logs, timestamps that aren't testimony. I know. Sarah's USB. I know. She walked out. She walked past the glass conference room where Jack was still on the phone. He looked up as she passed. She gave him a short nod. He gave one back. His legal pad had 2 columns now. Outlets who had the full package. Outlets who were running off the wire. She walked past Priya's workstation. Priya looked up. Yasmin didn't stop. She sat down at her desk. Her bag was still on her shoulder. She took it off and put it on the floor. She opened her laptop. The screen lit up. Nina's SEC cover letter was still on page 4. Consistent with in 2 places. Yasmin changed both to demonstrates. She saved the file. She moved on. The desk lamp was the only light in her section of the floor. Tom Brandt's monitors glowed 3 rows over. He was typing. He'd been here since 8 a.m. and would be here until the 6 a.m. blast went out. 18 hours at the same desk. He had a box of protein bars next to his keyboard. She had 14 unread messages. 3 from Jack, 2 from Priya, 1 from Nina Park, 4 from journalists she recognized, 1 from a journalist she didn't, 3 from numbers she didn't have saved. Kevin Park's name was in 4 of the subject lines. The distribution list was half built already. She'd started it at 3 a.m., when Shaw's outbound call pattern matched the same sequence he'd run before burning Corfield's source. She'd known Shaw would move. She hadn't known he'd move this fast. Yasmin opened a new folder. She labeled it 6 a.m. She pulled Sarah's USB files from the encrypted drive. She opened the Cron Job forensic report. She opened Tom Brandt's 3-company pattern analysis. She opened the Ridgeline trading timeline. She did not open Kevin Park's contact card. She did not call him back. She did not type a message. She arranged the documents in order. The original plan had cross-publishing first. Jack changed it. Rachel Ewan had earned the lead with her sourcing on the Hargrove Dean thread. Cross would get the full package 15 minutes later. Torres would get the Hargrove Dean thread and the 3-company pattern. The SEC would get everything, with Nina's cover letter. The one that now said demonstrates instead of consistent with a small word. It wouldn't change Kevin's career. It would change the SEC's posture. Her phone buzzed. Kevin Park. She looked at the screen for 3 seconds. The name sat there. She set the phone face down on the desk. She went back to the laptop. She started building the distribution list. 8 hours. Chapter 26, 48. The pasta went cold at 7:30. Sarah made penne with garlic and oil, the meal she defaults to when the kitchen needs to feel normal. David ate 3 bites. Sarah ate less. The plates sat on the counter. The kitchen light was on. Everything else in the house was dark. David's phone buzzed at 9. Nathan. Everything is green, Nathan said. 6 a.m. Eastern. SEC, Rachel Ewan, the 4 independent board members, all simultaneous. Shaw moved the vote up. 2 p.m. Pacific. Oh, I know. Doesn't matter. Rachel's story breaks at 6:01 Eastern. SEC opens inquiry by 8. By the time that board sits down at 2, every member in that room has read Sarah's forensic proof in a Wall Street Journal piece explaining what it means. Okay. Get some sleep. Both of you." Nathan hung up. 60 seconds. David set the phone on the table. Sarah was at the sink, washing a mug that was already clean. She'd been washing it since before the call. She set it in the rack and dried her hands on the towel hanging from the oven handle. "I sat across from Shaw at the holiday dinner," she said. David looked at her. He asked about our daughter's school. "We don't have a daughter." "I know. He confused us with someone else, or he was testing whether I'd correct him." She turned from the sink. "I said she's doing great." "Why?" "I wanted to see what he'd do." He nodded, moved on. Didn't care about the answer. We were time to fill between courses. That's what we were to him. She came to the table but didn't sit. 13 months. He sat on our board for 13 months. I built the infrastructure. I built the security layer. I built the audit trail that he used to manufacture evidence against us. Her voice was steady. Not louder, not breaking. Steady and flat and precise. And then he fired me. From the company I built, from the system I designed, because the system I designed was too good to fake from the outside, so he needed me gone before he could fake it from the inside. David didn't say anything. I haven't been angry about it. I've been too busy being useful, building the proof, translating the forensics into language lawyers can read. 47 slides. Clean. Technical. The kind of work that hides what it actually cost. She pulled the chair out and sat. "I'm angry now." "Good," David said. "You should be. Don't manage me." "I'm not managing you. I'm telling you that you earned it." Sarah looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked at the dark window above the sink. David's phone buzzed. A text. He glanced down. Margaret Liu. 2 sentences. "Shaw is calling board members tonight. He's offering Gravitas Capital a seat if the vote goes his way." David read it twice. He turned the phone so Sarah could see. "He's buying votes," Sarah said. "At 11 o'clock at night." "How many does he need?" David did the math out loud. He has 3 locked. Shaw, Yi, Grasso. Need 6 for majority on an 11-member board. That means flipping 3 of the 5 independents. "Call Nathan." David picked up the phone. Nathan answered on the first ring. "I just got the same text." Nathan said, "Do we move up the timeline?" Silence on the line. David could hear Nathan breathing. 3 seconds. 5. "No," Nathan said. "We hold." If he flips Gravitas before 6 a.m., the board math changes. The board math doesn't change the evidence. The SEC filing doesn't need a board vote. Rachel's story doesn't need a board vote. Sarah's 47 slides don't need a board vote. The vote is how he keeps the chair. If he survives the vote, he controls the narrative for 72 hours before the SEC can act. "David," Nathan's voice was quiet. "The evidence doesn't expire. Shaw's desperation does. He's calling board members at 11 p.m. because he's scared. Scared people make mistakes. Let him make them. And if Gravitas says yes, then we release at 6 a.m. and Gravitas spends the rest of their careers explaining why they voted to protect a man the SEC is investigating. That's not our problem. That's theirs." David looked at Sarah. She was listening, hands flat on the table. "Hold the plan," Nathan said. 6 a.m. Nothing changes. Okay? I mean it. Don't do anything. Don't call anyone. Go sit on your couch and wait. The line went dead. Sarah was still looking at him. He's right. I know he's right. But Shaw is making phone calls right now, and we're sitting in a dark kitchen. That's the plan. We sit in the dark kitchen. David put the phone face down on the table. He stared at the stove clock. 9:47 p.m., green numbers. Jennifer Tan, Sarah said. David looked at her. She's on Kevin's team, junior analyst, 24 years old, 8 months at the company. She processed 3 of the flagged vendor authorizations because Whitfield told her to. The authorization chain was built to make it look like she approved them. I know. The statement Yasmin drafts for future employers isn't enough. A piece of paper that says she was used. She's 24. She doesn't have savings to wait out an SEC investigation. 12 months severance, David said. His voice was harder than before. Direct reference from both of us. Personal. Not from legal, not from HR. From us. You can't promise that until after the vote. I'm promising it now. David. Jennifer Tan, 24, 8 months, no savings. Derek Yoon, Kevin Park. Anyone whose name shows up on Shaw's manufactured documents gets the same package. I'll call them myself. And if the vote goes wrong, if gravitas flips and Shaw keeps the chair, the evidence still goes to the SEC at 6 a.m. Shaw can win the vote and still lose everything. The vote buys him hours, not safety. Sarah nodded, slowly. But those people, she said, Jennifer, Derek, Kevin, if Shaw keeps a chair for even a week, he controls their severance, their references, their exit. Then we move fast after the release, before he can. That's not the same as protecting them. No. The kitchen was quiet. The stove clock ticked over to 10:02. David stood. He picked up the plates from the counter and scraped the pasta into the trash. Rinsed the plates. Set them in the rack next to the mug Sarah had washed. Cold water. He didn't bother heating it. His phone sat face down on the table. He didn't look at it. Sarah closed her laptop the rest of the way. She turned off the kitchen light. The stove clock glowed green in the dark. She walked to the living room. David heard her footsteps on the hardwood, a cushion settling. He stood in the dark kitchen. The stove clock, the clean plates, the phone he wasn't going to check. He walked to the living room. Sarah was on the couch, feet on the floor, hands in her lap, looking at the window where the streetlight made a rectangle on the carpet. He sat next to her, not touching, close enough. Somewhere across the city, Shaw was on the phone. Somewhere in New York, Nathan was watching the clock. Somewhere in a one-bedroom apartment, Jennifer Tan was asleep and didn't know that her name was on documents she'd never authorized. 6 hours, David said. 6 hours, Sarah said. The house was quiet. Chapter 27, 6 a.m. Day 13. Priya arrived at the office at 4:30 a.m. The elevator opened on a dark floor. Emergency lights in the hallway. The cleaning crew had come and gone. She turned on the war room lights. 3 monitors, 2 laptops, the Bloomberg terminal. She booted everything in sequence. The terminal took 90 seconds. She used the time to make coffee. Industrial machine. 1 temperature. 1 strength. She filled 2 carafes. Tom Brandt came in at 4:51. He was carrying a backpack and wearing the same shirt from yesterday. "Did you sleep?" Priya said. 2 hours. "That's not sleep." "It's what I had." He dropped the backpack at his terminal and logged in. Pre-market opens in 4.5 hours. I want to set alerts on Meridian, Ridgeline, Corfield, and PTR. Add Callaway and Vantage, Shaw's other boards. Tom typed. "How many alerts?" "All of them." Yasmin arrived at 5:08. Laptop bag over one shoulder, phone in her hand, already scrolling. She set the bag on the conference table and opened her laptop without sitting down. "Sarah's on standby," Yasmin said. "She'll take press calls starting at 7 Pacific, 10 Eastern. Her talking points are the technical section only. Nothing about Shaw, nothing about Ridgeline, nothing about the other boards." "Good," Priya said. "Where's Nathan?" "Not here yet." Yasmin looked at the clock. 5:11. She poured coffee. Black. She held the mug with both hands and stood at the window. Midtown was dark. A few office buildings had scattered lights on upper floors. The street below was empty except for delivery trucks. Jack came in at 5:19. He went straight to his office and closed the door. Priya heard him on the phone. Testing the line. He'd be calling Rachel Ewan at 6:01. Nathan arrived at 5:34. He walked into the war room, set his coffee on the glass table, and stood behind the monitors. He didn't sit. "Status," he said. Priya pulled up the send queue on the center monitor. 3 channels. SEC enforcement. Encrypted delivery plus physical courier. Rachel Ewan. Encrypted package plus Jack's phone briefing at 6:01. 4 independent board members, bonded courier, timed arrival. Couriers, dispatched at 5:15. 4 messengers, 4 routes. Margaret Liu's package arrives first. She's on the Upper East Side, 15-minute walk from the messenger service. Torres? Separate channel, 6:15 delivery. Hargrove Dean thread and 3 company pattern. She gets it 15 minutes after Rachel. Enough lag that Rachel publishes first, but Torres has the deeper angle. Cross? 6:15. Same timing as Torres, different package. He gets the cron job forensics and the Ridgeline trading pattern. He'll be angry about the 15-minute delay. He'll write faster angry, Jack said from his office doorway. Nathan looked at the clock. 5:38. Nina? SEC cover letter is attached to the encrypted delivery, Priya said. Nina reviewed it at midnight. 12 pages. Exhibits A through F. The cryptographic signature analysis is Exhibit D. Nathan nodded. He picked up his coffee and held it without drinking. The war room was quiet. 5 people. 6 monitors. 2 carafes of coffee. The city outside was still dark. 22 minutes, Priya said. Nobody responded. Yasmin sat down at the conference table. She opened her laptop and pulled up a contact list. 17 names. Journalists, analysts, board members, lawyers. Everyone who might call in the next 6 hours. Next to each name, a 1-line response protocol. Rachel knows she's getting a call at 6:01, Nathan said. She knows she's getting something from Jack at 6, Yasmin said. She doesn't know what. Oh, good. Tom adjusted his terminal. Pre-market futures were flat. Meridian had closed yesterday at 41.23, down 34% from 14 days ago. The chart on his screen was a descending staircase. "If this works," Tom said, "where does the stock go?" "That's not our problem," Nathan said. "I'm just asking." Don't. 5:47. Courier dashboard. 3 green, 1 pending. Lose courier, 2 blocks out. Lose packages close, Priya said. 5:52. 4th courier confirmed. All green. Priya refreshed. 4 green, 4 messengers, 4 lobbies, 4 neighborhoods. 8 minutes, Priya said. Nathan set down his coffee. He walked to the glass wall that separated the war room from the main floor. The office was dark beyond the glass. Empty desks, dark screens, the cleaning crew's vacuum lines on the carpet. Jack stepped out of his office. He had his phone in his right hand. Rachel's number was loaded. He stood in the doorway and waited. Yasmin closed her laptop. She picked up her phone. Face down on the table, then face up, then face down again. 5 minutes, Priya said. Tom's terminals were ready. 6 ticker symbols loaded. Alert threshold set. He cracked his knuckles and stopped when Yasmin looked at him. The war room was silent. The ventilation system hummed. Somewhere below them, a truck engine idled on the street. Priya could hear Jack breathing in his doorway. 5:58 a.m. Priya checked the clock on her workstation, then the clock on the wall, then her phone. All 3 agreed. 2 minutes. Nathan turned from the glass wall. He looked at Priya, at Yasmin, at Tom, at Jack in his doorway. He didn't say anything. He put his hands in his pockets and waited. 5:59. Priya refreshed the courier confirmation dashboard. 4 green. All 4 board members would receive physical packages at 6:00 a.m. sharp. Rachel's encrypted file was staged. The SEC's encrypted delivery was queued with Nina's cover letter attached. The second hand on the wall clock moved. 6:00. She pressed send. 3 channels, simultaneously. 14 months of Shaw's architecture, delivered in 3 seconds. "It's out," Priya said. Nathan nodded. He didn't move. The war room was still. No celebration. No exhale. The sound of the ventilation system and 5 people standing in a room where something irreversible had just happened. Yasmin's phone buzzed. She looked at it. SEC receipt confirmed. Encrypted and courier. "Rachel?" Nathan said. Jack was already dialing. He walked into his office and closed the door. Priya could hear the cadence but not the words. Fast. Professional. Jack giving Rachel the 30-second frame before she opened the file. "Couriers," Nathan said. 4 confirmed deliveries between 5:58 and 6:02, Priya said. Margaret Liu signed at 5:58, 2 minutes early. The doorman gave it to her in the elevator. She was up. She was up. Nathan drank his coffee. 6 people in the building. 3 stories about to be written. 1 SEC Enforcement Division reading cryptographic proof that a board member manufactured evidence against his own CEO. Torres? 6:15 delivery. Different package. Hargrove Dean thread and 3-company pattern. Cross? 6:15. 15 minutes after Rachel. He'll be angry, but he'll write fast. Priya opened her monitoring dashboard. Social feeds? News wires. Bloomberg alerts. Options flow. All quiet. 6 hours a.m. Tuesday. Markets in 3.5 hours. Now we wait, she said. How long? Yasmin said. Social first. A journalist tweets or source leaks. 30 to 45 minutes. And then? First cycle, build 7 to 9 a.m. Stories publish. Amplification loop starts. Jack came out of his office. Rachel's reading. She asked one question. What question? Nathan said. She asked if the cryptographic signatures had been independently verified. They have. I told her. She said she'd call back in 20 minutes. Nathan poured more coffee. The first carafe was half empty. 6:22 a.m. Feeds quiet. Pre-market volume normal. No unusual options activity. 6:31. Jack's phone rang. He answered, walked back into his office, closed the door. Yasmin stood at the window. The sky was lighter. Not sunrise yet. The gray that comes before it. Delivery trucks on 6th Avenue. A jogger on the sidewalk. She's fast, Yasmin said. About Rachel. She's had the story for 31 minutes. Priya said. 6:38. Jack came out. Rachel's writing. She has questions for Sarah on the technical section. I told her Sarah is available by phone starting at 7. Did she say when she publishes? Yasmin said. She said before the opening bell. Priya checked. Opening bell was 9:30 a.m. 3 hours. 6:42. Tom looked up from his terminal. Should I be doing anything? Watch the numbers, Nathan said. Tell me when they move. They're not moving. They will. 6:47 a.m. First signal. A tech reporter tweeted, hearing something big, Ray, Meridian board situation. Multiple outlets working it simultaneously. More soon. First signal, 6:47. Distribution chain leaked. Which chain? Nathan said. Board member side. Board situation. Not SEC or technical proof. Someone Liu told is making calls. Nathan set down his coffee. Good. That's organic amplification. We didn't plant it. Yasmin pulled up the tweet on her phone. She read it twice. He has 400,000 followers. Replies in minutes, Priya said. Finance Twitter picks it up. Reporters check inboxes. Find Rachel's article. Sequence matters. 6:53. 2 replies to the tweet. Then 7. Then 22 in 90 seconds. 7:04. Vanessa Torres called Yasmin. Priya heard Yasmin's side only. Yes. The Hargrove Dean documents are authentic. Pause. Greg Tanaka drafted the contract language. Shaw recommended the firm to Okafor 11 months ago. Pause. I can confirm 3 companies. On background. Pause. Corfield Health, 2019. PTR Logistics, 2021. Same pattern, different governance door each time. Yasmin hung up. Torres is writing the 3-company angle. She wants on-the-record confirmation from a second source. She won't get it from us, Nathan said. She'll find it herself. That's what makes it credible. 7:12 a.m. First headline. Rachel Ewan, The Journal. Priya read it aloud. Meridian Board, faction accused of manufacturing evidence against CEO. The war room went still. Subhead, Nathan said. Technical forensics reveal fabricated audit trail. SEC complaint under review. How many words? 3,200. She wrote fast. Jack stood at his doorway. She had 72 minutes from my call to publication. She already had the framework. She was waiting for the evidence. Tom Brandt looked up from his terminal. Pre-market volume just spiked. Meridian up 2% in the first 4 minutes. Priya pulled up the velocity tracker. Rachel's article was already being shared. Industry accounts, governance commentators, 2 CNBC producers she monitored. The amplification loop was starting. Track it, Nathan said. I am. 7:31 a.m. Cross-published in the Times, different angle. New evidence suggests coordinated campaign against Meridian CEO. 2,800 words. He'd written it in under an hour. He was angry about the 15-minute delay and he'd channeled it into speed. 7:45. Torres at the record. Meridian investor linked to pattern of CEO removals at 3 companies. She'd found the second source. Priya didn't know who. It didn't matter. 3 stories, 3 outlets, 3 angles, all pointing at Shaw. Pre-market, Nathan said. Up 4.2%, Tom said. Volume is 6 times the 30-day average. Nathan walked back to the glass wall. He stood there with his hands in his pockets. The office beyond was starting to fill. Sarah Kessler arrived at 7:50, saw the war room, saw the monitors, and went to her desk without asking. 8:14 a.m. Shaw's office number went to voicemail. Yasmin had been calling every 15 minutes since 7, not to talk, to track. Still voicemail, Yasmin said. His lawyer? Nathan said. Issued a 2-sentence statement at 8:09. Mr. Shaw categorically denies these allegations. He looks forward to addressing them through appropriate channels. Priya looked at the statement on her screen. That's a 12-hour statement, drafted to buy time for a full response. He doesn't have 12 hours. Why 12? Tom said. 2 sentences. Lawyer wrote it without client input. Shaw hasn't talked to his own counsel. Full rebuttal takes 8 to 12 hours. Vote is at 4 p.m. Nathan looked at the clock. 8 hours. 8:47. Cable pickup. CNBC ran a Chiron. Meridian board member accused of fabricating evidence. Bloomberg terminal headline hit at 8:51. Priya watched the algorithmic response. Meridian stock jumped another % in 90 seconds. First cycle peaked at 9. Priya said at 9:03. 3 outlets. Cable pickup. 2 full social rotations. Stock up 6.1%. Bleed reversed. The board members will have read it by now, Nathan said. All of them, including Shaw's faction. And what happens next? Second cycle starts at noon. The story mutates. How does it mutate? Yasmin said. Right now, board versus CEO, corporate governance. By noon, investor fraud. Shaw's fund bought the dip he manufactured. Securities fraud. SEC has the Ridgeline data. Once they issue a statement, different story. It's a fraud story, Nathan said. Yes. 9:41 a.m. Patricia Yee's lawyer called Nathan's office. Nina took the call. Priya heard Nina say no comment twice and hang up. Yee is lawyering up separately from Shaw, Nina said from the doorway. That's fast. She's distancing, Yasmin said. 20 minutes after peak, Priya said. Articles to lawyer in under an hour. 10:15. Tom Grasso's name appeared on a Bloomberg terminal headline. Second Meridian board member retains independent counsel. Priya logged it. 11:22. Yasmin's phone rang. She looked at the screen, looked at Nathan. Shaw, she said. Don't answer. The phone rang 4 times and stopped. They stood in the war room and listened to it ring. Nobody moved until it was quiet. 11:58 a.m. Priya refreshed the SEC's public filings page. Nothing yet. Will the vote still happen? Tom said. Nathan looked at Priya. The vote will happen, Priya said. The outcome just changed. 12:04 p.m. The SEC issued a statement. Priya read it aloud. The SEC Division of Enforcement confirms it has received materials relating to trading activity by Ridgeline Partners and Meridian Technology Securities. The division is reviewing these materials and has no further comment at this time. 3 seconds of silence. Fraud story now, Priya said. Tom Brandt's terminal lit up. Meridian up another 2% on the SEC statement. Total gain today, 8.3%. Yasmin's phone buzzed. She read the screen. Shaw's other boards. Callaway Industrial's general counsel just called Nana. Vantage Capital's outside counsel called 4 minutes ago. They're calling their lawyers, Nathan said. All of them. 12:04, SEC statement. 12:08, Callaway. 12:12, Vantage. 6 boards. 3 more calls expected within the hour. Nathan refilled his coffee. The second carafe was almost empty. He held the mug and looked at the monitors. 6 hours of data scrolling across 3 screens. Every number moving in the direction they'd built toward for 12 days. 4 hours to the vote. Shaw's 2-sentence statement was already obsolete. His co-conspirators were retaining separate counsel. The SEC was publicly reviewing his fund's trading activity. 3 major outlets had published 3,200, 2,800, and 2,100 words respectively, and the second cycle was just starting. New tracking sheet. Header. Post-detonation timeline. Every data point from the morning. Times, prices, volumes, statements, calls. Nathan stood at the glass wall. He was looking at the office. Sarah Kessler was on the phone. Diane was at her desk. The firm was working. The crisis was unwinding. The city outside was bright now, full midday sun on 6th Avenue, and the building hummed with the ordinary sound of Tuesday. His coffee was cold. 4 hours. Chapter 28. The Vote. The boardroom had 14 chairs around a walnut table that was older than the company. Meridian had inherited it from the previous tenant, a law firm that dissolved in 2019. 11 chairs were occupied. 3 were empty. One of the empty chairs was Shaw's. His tile on the conference screen at the far wall showed his name and the word connected. His camera was off. The second empty chair belonged to Richard Okafor, the board-appointed COO, who had not been invited. The third was Sarah's. David sat in his usual seat. Third from the end, left side, facing the windows. He hadn't been in this room in 11 days. The table was the same. The water glasses were the same. The light from the west-facing windows was the same. Someone had put a fresh legal pad at every seat. David's was untouched. He had his own folder. James Hartley stood at the head of the table. He had a stack of papers and a laptop open in front of him. Reading glasses on. Pen in his right hand. He wore the same gray suit he wore to every board meeting. He looked at the clock on the wall. 2:00 p.m. "We're on the record," Hartley said. "Quorum is present. Board of Directors, Meridian Technologies, regular session, August 19th. Margaret Liu sat directly across from David. She had a folder open. The SEC statement was on top. David could read the header from where he sat. Next to her was Paul Ostroff, who was looking at Liu's folder and then looking away from it. Ostroff had sent David an email at 6:30 that morning. 1 sentence. "I'm glad." David hadn't responded. Tom Grasso was at the far end, as far from David as the seating allowed. He was looking at his phone under the table. His thumb moved every few seconds. Patricia Yee was next to him. She had no papers in front of her, no laptop. Her hands were flat on the table. She wore a navy blazer and no jewelry. The two of them had seconded Shaw's original motion. They had voted to fire Sarah. They had voted to accelerate the emergency session. Neither of them had looked at David since he sat down. The other 5 directors were scattered along both sides. Rachel Torres had a laptop open, screen tilted toward her. Ben Adler was reading something on his phone with the screen angled toward the window to cut the glare. Michael Reyes had his arms crossed. Janet Shu had a pen but no paper. Kevin Yu was looking at the clock. None of them spoke. "First item on the agenda," Hartley said. "Open matters from the Governance Subcommittee. Patricia Yi chairs." Yi didn't move for 3 seconds. Her hands stayed flat on the table. Then she picked up a single sheet of paper. She held it at the edges. Her fingers were steady. "The Governance Subcommittee has one open matter," Yi said. Her voice was level. She read from the paper without looking up. Motion 2026-014, invocation of the morality clause under Section 4.7 of the Corporate Charter regarding the CEO. The room was quiet. Shaw's tile stayed dark, connected. The air conditioning pushed a low hum through the vents. Someone's phone vibrated against the table. No one reached for it. "The subcommittee has reviewed the motion in light of materials received this morning from the SEC Division of Enforcement and reporting from the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, and the Record." She put the paper down, placed both hands flat on the table again. The same position, the same posture she'd held since she sat down. "The motion is withdrawn." No one spoke. Liu closed her folder. Ostroff looked at the table. Grasso stopped touching his phone. Torres closed her laptop halfway. The screen at the far wall showed Shaw's tile. Dark. Connected. No change. The green dot next to his name stayed lit. Hartley wrote something on his legal pad. The scratch of the pen was audible in the silence. "Noted. Is there a second?" "I second the withdrawal," Grasso said. He was looking at his phone again. He didn't lift his eyes. "The motion is withdrawn by its sponsors, recorded as of 2:03 p.m. Pacific." Hartley set his pen down. He looked at David. The rest of the table looked at David. Yi and Grasso did not. "David, the floor recognizes you if you'd like to speak." David looked at the faces around the table. Liu, who had called him twice this morning. Hartley, who had chaired this board for 6 years and had never, in David's memory, missed a meeting. The 5 independent directors who'd known him since the Series B, who'd sat in this room when the company was worth $2 billion, and again when it was worth 14. Yi and Grasso at the far end, who wouldn't look at him. Shaw's dark tile on the screen. "I have a statement," David said. "Go ahead." David opened a folder. Inside was a single document. 12 pages. He didn't read from it. He set it on the table in front of him and left it closed. On August 6th, Marcus Shaw presented fabricated evidence to this board alleging data misconduct by me and by employees of this company. The evidence was manufactured over a period of 14 months, using Meridian's own systems and personnel. He spoke at the same speed he used in engineering reviews. Even, measured. His hands were on the table. He didn't touch the folder. "I want to be specific. Not because anyone in this room doubts what happened, but because 4 employees of this company were fired. 1 co-founder was removed from her position, and 1 26-year-old former analyst had his career destroyed in the press this morning. They deserve specificity." The room was still. Torres stopped typing. Adler put his phone down. Shaw directed Richard Okafor, the board-appointed COO, to hire an executive assistant named Lauren Marsh. Marsh batched a vendor contract with Axial Data Solutions into a signing queue of 43 documents. I signed the batch. The contract was in position 39. Axial Data Solutions is a shell company incorporated in Delaware 7 months ago. It has no employees, no office, and no clients other than Meridian. Lou was taking notes. He was not. Grasso had put his phone on the table, screen down. Shaw's outside counsel, Hargrove Dean, drafted the contract language to look like a data exfiltration agreement. The underlying work was legitimate anonymized analytics. The language was designed to trigger regulatory flags if reviewed. David paused. He picked up the water glass in front of him, took a sip, set it back on the coaster. The glass left a ring of condensation. Derek Yoon built a data pipeline under authorization he believed came from the board. That authorization was forged. Sandra Walsh forwarded credentials she believed were legitimate. They weren't. Lisa Park followed a directive chain that originated with Carl Whitfield, a board-appointed operations manager who signed 14 separate directives over 8 months. Every one of those directives was designed by Shaw to build a paper trail that pointed at me. "David," Ostroff said, "you don't need to walk through all of this. We've read the materials." "I'm going to walk through all of it," David said, "because 12 days ago, those 4 employees were fired based on evidence that was manufactured against them. And I wanted in the record that this board knows exactly what was done and exactly who it was done to." Ostroff leaned back in his chair. He didn't speak again. The room was quiet. Hartley's pen was still. James Huang, a senior engineer with 12 years at this company, published a blog post describing meetings with me that never happened. A duplicate Slack account was created using my name by IT at Okafor's direction. Badge logs confirm I was on a different floor during every meeting Huang described. Huang wasn't lying. He was deceived by a system that was designed to deceive him. David turned a page in his folder. The paper was loud in the silence. My wife and co-founder, Sarah Chen, was removed from her position by a board vote on August 14th while I was in a product meeting. The vote was called by Shaw and seconded by the members present at this table. Sarah built Meridian's infrastructure. She proved the audit was impossible. 7 non-existent API endpoints. 3 never issued credentials. The system physically cannot do what the audit claims it did. The board removed the one person who could prove the audit was fiction. Her chair is empty today because of that vote. Yi's hands were still flat on the table. She hadn't moved them since she read the withdrawal. Grasso was looking at the spot on the table directly in front of him. Shaw's fund, Ridgeline Partners, increased its position in Meridian by 70% during the period the evidence was being manufactured. 340,000 shares to 580,000 shares, plus 15% of Series D preferred, 22 million in 60 million or more if I was removed and the Series E repriced under new management. David looked at Shaw's tile on the screen. Dark, connected. The small green dot. No audio, no video. Just a name and a status. The SEC Division of Enforcement is reviewing Ridgeline's trading activity. The same pattern has been identified at 2 other companies where Shaw holds board seats. Corfield Health in 2019, PTR Logistics in 2021, same timeline, same governance mechanisms, same playbook, different company each time. He closed the folder, put both hands flat on the table. That's the record. 12 days. I'd like to move to the next item on the agenda. Silence. 5 seconds. Lou's pen was still. Hartley's was still. The ventilation hummed. The clock on the wall ticked. 10 seconds. Reyes uncrossed his arms. Shu set her pen down. David, we owe you. Lou started. Let's not do that. Let's move to the next item on the agenda. Lou nodded. She closed her pen. She looked at Hartley. Hartley looked down at his papers. He adjusted his reading glasses. Next item. Q1 Operating Review. Shaw's tile disconnected. The screen flickered once. Marcus Shaw. Disconnected. The tile went gray. The green dot disappeared. No one looked at the screen. No one commented. Hartley didn't pause. He didn't even glance at the far wall. Yi folded the sheet of paper she had read the withdrawal from. She folded it once, then again, then put it under her legal pad. Her hands returned to their position, flat on the table. Michael, you have the Q1 numbers? Michael Liang, the CFO, opened his laptop. His hands were steady. He'd been waiting for 40 minutes to talk about revenue. Revenue is tracking 12% above guidance. Customer retention is at 97.3. The meeting continued. 45 minutes of operating review, compensation committee update, audit committee scheduling. The room settled into its rhythm. David asked 2 questions about the infrastructure budget. Liang answered both. Yi and Grasso voted with the majority on every item. They did not speak beyond their votes. Grasso didn't pick his phone back up. Yi's hand stayed on the table. Torres asked about headcount projections. Liang pulled up a slide. Adler asked about the enterprise pipeline. David answered. 2 minutes of numbers. Normal numbers. The kind of numbers this room was built to discuss. The kind of meeting this room was built to hold. Any other business? Hartley said. No one spoke. The clock on the wall read 2:48. Meeting adjourned. 2:51 p.m. Pacific. Hartley made a note on his legal pad. He closed his laptop. The formal record was done. David stood. He picked up his folder. He pushed his chair in. 3 directors approached him. Lou first. She shook his hand and held it for an extra second. He didn't hold back. Ostrov shook his hand and said nothing. His email that morning had been enough. Torres shook his hand and said she was glad. David said thank you. Adler nodded from across the table. Reyes gave a single nod. Sue touched his arm as she passed. Yi and Grasso left through the side door. They didn't approach David. They didn't approach each other. Yi went left toward the elevators. Grasso went right toward the restrooms. The door closed behind them. David walked to the main door, opened it, stepped into the hallway. Sarah was sitting on the bench outside the boardroom, the same bench where visitors waited. She had her jacket folded in her lap. Her phone was in her hand, but the screen was dark. She looked up when the door opened. Her face was still. She was reading his before he said anything. "It's done?" she said. "It's done." 12 days. 12 days. Neither of them stood. David sat down next to her on the bench. The hallway was empty. The afternoon light came through the windows at the end of the corridor. August in San Francisco. Clear sky. The light had that particular quality it gets after 3 o'clock when it comes in lower and catches the dust. Sarah didn't ask what happened. David didn't offer. They sat. The bench was hard. The hallway was quiet. Through the boardroom door they could hear chairs being pushed back, the murmur of people leaving. Someone laughed. A short, nervous laugh. Then quiet. David's phone buzzed in his jacket pocket. He ignored it. "The Q1 numbers are good," he said. "I know. I read the preview last night. Retention is 97.3. I built the retention system, David." "I know." His phone buzzed again. He took it out. Email notification. The subject line read, "Resignation, Marcus Shaw." David opened it. Sarah leaned over to read. 3 sentences. "I am resigning from the Board of Directors of Meridian Technologies, effective immediately. This decision is personal and unrelated to any pending matters. I wish the company continued success." Sarah read it and leaned back. 20 minutes, she said. 20 minutes. 14 months to build it. 12 days to fight it. 20 minutes to end it. 3 sentences. No admission. No. David put the phone in his pocket. He leaned back against the wall. The bench was hard. The hallway was quiet. Through the window at the end of the corridor, the light had shifted. Lower now. Hartley came around the corner. He'd gone the long way, past the kitchen. He saw them on the bench and stopped. He had his laptop under one arm and his legal pad in the other hand. His reading glasses were pushed up on his forehead. "Shaw just sent his resignation," Hartley said. "I saw." 3 sentences. No admission. "I read it." Hartley stood there. He had more to say. David could see it in the way he shifted his weight, the way his hand tightened on the legal pad. Hartley decided not to say it. He'd been a board chair for 6 years. He knew when a conversation was over. "I'll file the 8K tonight," Hartley said. "Thank you, James." Hartley walked down the hallway toward his office. His shoes were loud on the floor. Then quiet. Then gone. Sarah stood up. She put on her jacket. She picked up her phone and put it in her pocket. "I'm going to go home," she said. "I'll be there in an hour." "Okay." She walked toward the elevator. She didn't look back. David didn't watch her go. He sat on the bench. His phone vibrated. Text message. Unknown number. Bay Area area code. He looked at it. "Saw the news. Happy for you. I'm still unemployed." David stared at the screen. The hallway was empty. The light from the windows had shifted. It was lower now. The building was quiet in the way offices get when the important meeting is over and people don't know what to do with the rest of the afternoon. He didn't respond. He put the phone in his pocket. He sat on the bench for another minute. Then he stood up, picked up his folder, and walked toward the elevator. Chapter 29. The Call. Nathan arrived at the office at 6:40 a.m. The war room glass was clear. Priya's monitors showed cable news, social feeds, market tickers, all of them running the same story from different angles, none of them about Meridian. Marcus Shaw was the story now. Nathan went into his office. closed the door, sat behind his desk, picked up his phone. Tannenbaum first. 2 minutes. Shaw's resignation was public. The SEC referral would land by Friday, and the governance motion needed to be withdrawn before the Times called. Tannenbaum thanked him. Nathan told him not to. Then David, 4 rings. David, Nathan. I saw it, David said. All of it. Margaret called me at midnight. The coverage is running clean. Shaw is the story. You're the company that survived it. My phone hasn't stopped. Board members, investors, 2 reporters I've never heard of. Don't talk to reporters. Not yet. I wasn't going to. Your board will need to restructure. The 3 Shaw-aligned seats are vacant as of the resignation. Margaret Liu is already working on replacements. She mentioned that. She's fast. Sarah should present the technical findings to the new board. She built the systems. She found the evidence. Let her do it. Silence for a beat. Then David's voice, quieter. She earned that. She did. Nathan, I don't know how to say this without it sounding. Then don't. Go home, David. Take a week. The retainer's active through Q2. We'll handle the monitoring. Thank you. You're welcome. He hung up. Checked the time. 7:12 a.m. He opened the Callaway Industrial file on his laptop. 3rd board. Shaw joined 9 months ago. Governance Advisory Committee formed last quarter. Not a REDACT client. Never had been. Nathan dialed the main number. Got the switchboard. Nathan Ashford for your CEO. He won't know my name. Tell him it's regarding Marcus Shaw and his Governance Advisory Committee. Hold music. Something with strings. 90 seconds. A click. Executive assistant. Another click. Mr. Ashford? A man's voice. Cautious. I'm Tom Braddock. I run Callaway. My assistant says this is about Marcus Shaw. It is. I run a crisis communications firm in New York called REDACT. I have no business relationship with Callaway Industrial. I'm not selling anything. I'm calling because Marcus Shaw sits on your board and I have information you need to hear. I'm listening. Shaw has been removed from the board of Meridian Technologies as of yesterday. The SEC Division of Enforcement is reviewing his trading activity across 3 companies where he holds board positions. Callaway is one of those 3. Wait. Slow down. The SEC is looking at us? Not at you. At Shaw. At a pattern of behavior that repeats across every board he joins. What pattern? Shaw joins a board, forms a governance subcommittee, builds a paper trail against the founder or CEO using the company's own employees and systems. His fund takes a position. The CEO gets removed. The stock reprices. Silence on the line. Meridian took 14 months to build and 12 days to fight, Nathan said. Corfield Health in 2019 took 17 days. PTR Logistics in 2021 took 14. Check your own governance committee formation date. Check any new vendor contracts in the last 6 months. 4 months, Braddock said. The committee is 4 months old. I know. How do you know that? Because the pattern is the same everywhere. The timeline is the only variable. Christ. A chair, creaking. Papers moving. Our compliance officer. She came on 6 months ago. Highly recommended. Board level hire. Who recommended her? Braddock didn't answer right away. Nathan waited. Shaw did. Right. So what do? I've got a board member who's apparently running a playbook against me, a compliance officer he planted, and a governance committee that's, what, a weapon? I can't advise you. I'm not your counsel, and I'm not your firm. I'm telling you what I know. What you do with it is yours. Why are you telling me at all? You don't know me. Galloway isn't your client. No. So why call? Because I could. That's the only reason. Braddock was quiet for a long time. Nathan could hear him breathing. Mr. Ashford, I've been running this company for 11 years. Nobody calls to warn you. That's not how this works. It's how it worked today. What should I read? About Meridian? About the pattern? A reporter named Alan Cross at the Times is writing the long piece. It'll run within a week. Everything Shaw built, everything we found. When it publishes, you'll have the full architecture. And in the meantime, get your own crisis counsel. Not the firm Shaw recommended. Not anyone connected to his governance committee. Someone independent. Can I call you back if I have questions? You can try the main line. I might pick up. That's not a yes. It's not a no either. Good luck, Mr. Braddock. He hung up, put the phone face down on the desk, stood up, walked to the door and opened it. The hallway was empty. He went to the kitchen, poured coffee that someone had made an hour ago, and carried it back to his office. His phone buzzed. Text from Yasmin. Back in the office. Need 5 minutes when you're free. He typed, now. 2 minutes later, Yasmin knocked on the open door. She came in and sat down. Calloway, she said. Done. I called them this morning. You called a company we have no relationship with to warn them about a board member. Yes. Pro bono. I gave them information. What they do with it is theirs. And the CEO? Braddock. 11 years running the company. He didn't know. They never do. Yasmin pulled out her phone and scrolled. Alan Cross wants to meet. Nathan looked up. He called me 20 minutes ago. He wants the full story. Not the breaking news version, the long version. How Shaw built it, how we broke it, how it connects across 3 companies. The Times is giving him that kind of space? 6,000 words, minimum. When? Tomorrow, if he can do it. Nathan set down his coffee. Full access. Yasmin didn't move. Say that again. Full access. Sarah's technical findings, the employee trail, Corfield and PTR, everything we can share without compromising client privilege. Oh. That's a big door to open. It's the right door. And the posture? Open. He gets the story because he earned it by being right the first time, even when being right meant hurting our client. Yasmin put her phone down. You know what this means. Cross writes the long piece. Shaw's pattern becomes public record. Every board he's touched gets scrutinized. That's the point. Some of those employees won't come out well. The ones who follow directives without asking questions. They follow directives from people they trusted. The story will show that. If Cross writes it that way, Cross is good. He'll write what happened. And us? How do we come out? However we come out, we don't manage our own narrative. Yasmin leaned forward. Since when? Nathan looked at her. Yasmin looked back. The office was quiet. since now, he said. That's a new position for you. It's the only position that works here. We give Cross the story. He writes it. Whatever he writes about us, he writes. And if he writes that we knew about Shaw earlier than we acted, then he writes that because it's true. You're giving up control of the story. You, Nathan Ashford, the man who controls every story. I'm giving up control of this one. Why? Because controlling it is what Shaw would do. Nathan set down the cup. That was his mistake. Day 8, he called me directly, told me the timeline, said 14 days like he wanted me to know he was running the clock. A man who'd spent 14 months building invisible architecture picked up the phone and announced himself. Why? Because he was winning, and winning made him need an audience. The whole playbook worked because nobody knew it existed. The moment he called me, he gave us the one thing we didn't have. Confirmation. Confirmation that it was him, not a board, not a committee. Him, personally. Everything after that was forensics. Yasmin sat back. She looked at him for a long time. Okay, she said. Have Nina review privilege before Cross walks in. Everything that isn't privileged, he sees. I'll tell her. Yasmin stood. She paused at the door. One more thing. Cross asked who else he should talk to. David Chen, if David agrees. And Calloway? Nathan picked up his coffee. Cold. He drank it anyway. Tell Cross to call their CEO. Braddock will talk. He has questions and Cross has answers. Yasmin left. Nathan set down the cup. His phone was still face down on the desk. He turned it over. No new messages. He opened the Calloway file one more time. Shaw had joined 9 months ago. The governance committee was 4 months old, 3 months ahead of Meridian's timeline. Nathan picked up a pen and wrote on the notepad. Calloway. 4 months. Faster. Cross would need that. Chapter 30. The Story. Lena's hadn't changed. White brick, copper fixtures, tables too small to hide behind. Yasmin got there at noon, back corner, facing the door. She ordered coffee and set a manila folder on the table. Alan Cross walked in at 12:08. Leather bag and a recorder. He looked thinner. No tie. He sat down and put the recorder on the table without turning it on. Day 14, he said. Day 14. The waiter came. Cross ordered coffee. Black. Yasmin waited until the waiter left. You know what today was supposed to be, she said. The board vote. Emergency session. David Chen loses his company. That was the clock. Shaw set it 13 months ago. Everything was timed backward from today. She opened the folder. A USB drive, a printed timeline, 4 signed employee statements, and a 6-page technical summary with Sarah Chen's name at the top. Sarah's proof is on the drive. 7 API endpoints the Kroll audit cited that don't exist in Meridian's architecture. 3 credentials that were never issued. Configuration changes in the board portal, cryptographically signed by Shaw's account, 5 sessions over 3 weeks. Cross picked up the technical summary, read 2 pages, looked up, the credential formatting. Sarah flagged it on day 2. The credentials reference a naming convention. Meridian's system doesn't use, never has. Someone fabricated credentials. and inserted them into the audit trail. The Kroll team audited what was in front of them. They didn't know the naming convention was wrong because they'd never seen the real one. Cross went back to reading. He finished all 6 pages, set the summary down. The employee statements, Yasmin said. 4 of the 12 people Shaw's machine used. They described the directives they received. Small instructions, routine sounding, each one a piece of a case none of them knew was being built. Who signed? Derek Yoon, Sandra Walsh, Maria Acosta, Lisa Park. Not Kevin Park. No. Why not? Kevin's situation is different. His name was already in the public record. A signed statement creates additional legal exposure for him. Cross set the statements down, picked up the timeline. 2 pages. Every move Shaw made across 3 companies, dated and sourced. Corfield Health, 2019. PTR Logistics, 2021. Meridian, 2025. 3 companies, Cross said. Same playbook, board appointment, governance subcommittee, appointed operative with signing authority, escalating directives, manufactured paper trail, media seating, emergency vote. Corfield's CEO resigned. Under pressure from fabricated audit findings, the same structure. And PTR? CEO was removed by the board. The company was acquired 7 months later at a 60% discount to pre-crisis valuation. Shaw's fund held a significant position in the acquiring entity. Cross wrote in his notebook. He wrote for a while. Yasmin drank her coffee. The cron job, she said. Priya Rahman tracked it. An automated script that generated phantom access logs every 12 hours, at the same second each time. 487 runs over 8 months. The logs the Kroll audit cited as evidence of David Chen's misconduct were manufactured by code. Every 12 hours, same second. Cross wrote that down. That's what tipped you off. Priya, day 1. Real access patterns don't occur at perfect intervals. Human behavior is messy. These were clean. Cross finished the timeline. Put it down. He didn't say anything for a long time. The restaurant was half full. Lunch crowd. 2 women at the next table talking about a lease negotiation. A man by the window reading on his phone. The waiter polished glasses behind the bar. Cross picked up his pen, set it down again. My story started the clock, he said. Your story dropped the stock 9% on day 1. That triggered the institutional selling. The institutional selling triggered the regulatory attention. The regulatory attention gave Shaw the pretext for the emergency board session. You're telling me my story was a component. Your story was placed. The sourcing was manufactured. Shaw's people gave you a package designed to look like a leak. It was architecture. How long have you known? Since day 2, Priya mapped the velocity pattern. 3 reporters seated simultaneously. You, Torres at the record, Kapoor on Substack. You moved fastest. That was the point. I moved fastest because the sourcing was solid. The sourcing was built to be solid. That was the whole design. Cross wrote something in his notebook. Short, 2 lines. You used me too, he said. I gave you a better story than the one you had. That's what you said last time. Last time it was true. This time it's true too. The difference is now you know it. Neither of them smiled. The counter-narrative, he said. Rachel Ewan's piece. That came from your office. Jack Whelan fed it to Ewan. Background, she did her own reporting. And the redirect you gave me, the Hargrove Dean thread, Greg Tanaka. Real. All of it checked out. It checked out because you gave me the parts that checked out. I gave you true information. What you did with it was yours. Cross turned on the recorder. The red light came on. Start from the beginning, he said. They talked for 3 hours. Yasmin walked him through every piece: the Kroll audit, the timestamps, Shaw's governance subcommittee, the 14 Whitfield directives, Lauren Marsh and the batched DocuSign, Axial Data Solutions, Sarah's proof, the cron job, every layer. Cross asked questions, detailed questions. He wanted dates, names, document references. He asked about the Singapore subsidiary account. He asked about the SEC filing timeline. He asked who else at REDACT had worked the case. Yasmin gave him what she could, some things she couldn't share. Client privilege, Nina's lines. Cross noted where the gaps were and didn't push. At 3:15, Cross turned off the recorder. He'd filled 11 pages in his notebook. He put the USB drive in his bag. How long? Yasmin said. 3 days, maybe 4. My editors approved 6,000 words, but this is more than 6,000. He stood up, put on his coat. The lunch crowd had thinned. 2 tables occupied now. The first story I wrote about Meridian was 3,200 words, he said. I thought it was the best thing I'd written in a year. It was a planted story. Every source was a component in someone else's architecture. The sourcing was designed so that looking harder would confirm it. That's what Shaw paid for. And Yasmin. Yeah. Kevin Park. He goes in the story, not as a detail, as a person. It's your call. It is. Cross picked up his bag. He stood there for a moment. I'll call you before it runs, he said. Courtesy. Appreciated. He left. The door closed behind him. The bell rang. Yasmin sat with cold coffee and an open folder. The waiter came over. Can I get you anything else? Just the check. She called Nathan. It's done. He has everything. She listened. 3 days, maybe 4. He'll write what happened. She hung up. She walked to her car. 16 days later, Yasmin opened the Meridian file at 7:14 a.m. Day 30. The case summary ran 18 pages. She'd written most of it herself. Cross had published 3 days after Lena's, 8,000 words. The manufactured case against Meridian's CEO. How a board faction built a scandal from nothing. Kevin Park was in paragraph 4. He had not been rehired. The office was quiet at 7:14. Most of the team didn't arrive until 8:30. The war room lights were off. Tom Brandt's desk was clean for the first time in 2 weeks. Ray Costa's monitors were dark. The crisis was over. Sarah Kessler knocked on the doorframe. Invoice is ready for your review, Sarah said. Accounting wants it out by noon. Put it on my desk. Sarah set the envelope down. $250,000 for the quarter, plus expenses. I saw the number. The expenses are itemized. $42,000 in courier services, media monitoring subscriptions, the digital forensics subcontractor. Sarah. Nathan already signed off. Just needs your initials. Yasmin initialed the invoice, put it back in the envelope, walked it to Sarah's desk. Done, Yasmin said. That was fast. It's a signature. Sarah. Sarah took the envelope. Nathan wants the post-mortem brief by Friday. And the new intake. Blue folder on your desk. I saw it. Sarah looked at her. You okay? I've been awake since 5. Yasmin went back to her office, closed the Meridian file on her screen, opened her calendar, 10:30 a.m., coffee, East Side. She'd set the meeting herself, 3 days ago, no assistant, no intermediary, just a text to a number she still had. Kevin Park had texted back one word. Where? The coffee shop was on 2nd Avenue. Small, not crowded at 10:30 on a weekday, exposed brick, mismatched chairs. Kevin was already there, table by the window. He looked thinner than the parking garage. His hair was longer. His jacket was zipped to the collar. Yasmin ordered 2 coffees, brought them to the table. I already have one, Kevin said. Then you'll have 2. She sat down, 3 cups between them. The table was barely big enough. How are you doing? Yasmin said. Fine. Are you working? Contract stuff, data consulting, short-term projects. The agencies run background checks. I have a name for you. A firm called Lattimore Group, Chicago, industrial analytics, different sector, different client base, nothing adjacent to fintech or KYC. Why not a background screen problem? Different industry, different compliance framework. They screen for criminal history and credit, not regulatory inquiry mentions. Kevin turned his coffee cup. 1 rotation. Why? He said. Because you need a job that isn't contract work. That's not what I'm asking. She looked at him across the table. 26, 3 years of exceeds expectations reviews. Fired on a Saturday because he talked to her in a parking garage. I know, she said. You came to that garage and you asked me questions. You knew what you were doing. You knew where those answers would go. I knew they would go into our analysis. I didn't know your name would end up in the press. Would it have changed anything? I don't know. That's not good enough. I know it's not. Kevin picked up the second coffee, held it, but didn't drink. Do you ever think about the ones you can't help? He said. Every one of them. Does it change anything? It hasn't yet. Kevin looked out the window. A bus went by. 2 women walked past with strollers. He looked back. David Chen called me, he said. 5, 6 times. Offered me my job back. Full reinstatement. Back pay. Did you take it? No. Why not? Because going back means pretending it didn't happen. And it happened. My name is in a Times article about data abuse at a company I spent 2 years trying to build. I was a footnote. I wasn't even a character. I was a detail. Paragraph 4, Yasmin said. I counted. He drank the second coffee, set it down, and you put me there. I asked you questions in a parking garage. You answered them. What happened after that, I couldn't control, Kate. Could you have warned me? No. Would you have? I don't know. And telling you I would have is something you'd know was a lie. Kevin looked at her. He nodded. One small movement. Is this the referral, the Lattimore thing? She took a card from her jacket pocket. Plain white. A name and phone number written on the back in her handwriting. The pen had pressed hard enough to leave grooves on the other side. Dana Whitmore. Call her Monday. Tell her I sent you. Kevin took the card, looked at it, turned it over, put it in his shirt pocket. This doesn't make us even, he said. I know. This doesn't make anything okay. I know that too. And the next time you're in a parking garage asking someone questions, I'll be in a parking garage asking someone questions. Kevin stood up, zipped his jacket, pushed the chair in. Thank you for the coffee, he said. He left. The bell rang. Yasmin sat with 3 empty cups. She drank the cold one he'd arrived with. She took the train back. The elevator opened on the 14th floor. Nathan was in the hallway, folder under his arm. Post-mortem. Friday. Had they passed each other? The Meridian case was closed. She walked into her office. The blue folder was on her desk. New client intake. She sat down and opened it. Company name she didn't recognize. A board dispute that hadn't gone public yet. The founder was 31. Her phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. No name. A message and an image. Referral from a current client. QR code attached. Founder needs to meet within 48 hours. She scanned the QR code. A name. A company. A crisis that was 3 days old and accelerating. Someone had used the black card. She picked up the phone and called Sarah. I need the war room booked for tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Which client? New one. Just came in. That's 2 new intakes this week. I can count. Sarah. She hung up, picked up her pen, went back to the blue folder. Another founder. Another clock. Yasmin got to work. Chapter 30b, Paragraph 4. Cross's article went live at 6 a.m. on a Tuesday. 8,000 words. Jack read it on his phone in bed, then on his laptop at the kitchen table, then on his phone again on the train to Midtown. 3 reads. The piece was good. Better than good. Definitive. The kind of article that closes a story so completely nothing grows there again. The manufactured case against Meridian's CEO. How a board faction built a scandal from nothing. Jack had read 10,000 articles in 25 years. He knew how they worked. The architecture, the placement of the turn, the sourcing blocks, the attribution ladder. Cross had built this one the right way. Institutional sourcing first, technical proof. Second, human cost third. The human cost was paragraph 4. Kevin Park, 26, a junior data analyst at Meridian, was identified as a source for REDACT during the SEC's review of the Meridian matter. Park was terminated during the crisis. He has not been rehired and has not found comparable employment. 2 sentences, 41 words. That was Kevin Park's entire presence in the definitive account of the Meridian case. Jack closed the laptop, opened it again, read paragraph 4 one more time, closed it. His phone was already filling up. Texts from 3 reporters he hadn't talked to in weeks. A news alert from the Journal. Rachel Ewan had a sidebar piece running at noon, sourcing the Hargrove-Dean connection she'd built herself. The ecosystem was doing what it does. The story was spreading, mutating, finding its final shape. By Thursday, it would be in the opinion pages. By next week, it would be in the magazine long reads. By the end of the month, it would be a podcast. By spring, nobody would remember Kevin Park's name. Jack checked the media landscape on the train. He did this the way other people check the weather. Habit, not curiosity. The AP hadn't picked up Cross's piece yet. They would by noon. Bloomberg had a brief. Reuters was holding for their own version. CNBC had a Chiron running at the bottom of the morning show. Meridian CEO exonerated in board fraud scheme. That was wrong. David hadn't been exonerated by anyone. Cross's article proved the case was manufactured. Those aren't the same thing. But Chirons don't do nuance. Chirons do 5 words. He got to the office at 8:45. The war room was being dismantled. Tom Brandt was packing boxes of files into storage bankers. Priya's monitors showed the usual dashboards, but the Meridian-specific tracking was gone, replaced by baseline client monitoring. The crisis was infrastructure now. Filed, invoiced, done. Nathan was in his office. Door open. Coffee. Phone face down on the desk. "You read it," Jack said from the doorway. Twice. "It's good." "It's correct. That's better than good." "The pickup is going to be massive. I've already got 3 outlets pulling quotes for their own coverage. Reuters has a wire version moving by noon. Rachel's got a sidebar running at 12. "Anything we need to manage?" "No. This is organic now. Cross did the work. The sourcing is airtight. We don't need to push anything. The cycle will carry it." "Then don't push." Jack stayed in the doorway. Nathan looked up. "Something else," Nathan said. "Kevin Park." Nathan waited. Paragraph 4. I read paragraph 4. 2 sentences, 41 words. That's what's left of him in the public record. I know what the public record looks like. Jack. Jack walked in, sat in the chair across from Nathan's desk, the same chair clients sat in. He'd sat in it maybe 6 times in 3 years. I fed Rachel Ewan the story that put the board faction on the record. That was day 4. Rachel's piece was the counter-narrative. The counter-narrative created the framework that let Cross reframe the whole case. Every piece of press we generated during those 14 days was designed to build toward this article. And this article is the win. Yes. Kevin Park talked to Yasmin in a parking garage on day 2 because he was scared, and because Yasmin asked the right questions. His name ended up in SEC filings because Shaw's people burned him to discredit our evidence chain. He got fired on a Saturday. He was 26. I know the timeline. He's still 26. He has a University of Michigan degree and 2 years of experience at a company that's now synonymous with a corporate scandal. Every recruiter who Googles his name for the next 10 years will find Cross's article. Paragraph 4. Nathan picked up his coffee, drank, set it down. "What are you asking me, Jack?" "I'm not asking anything. I'm telling you I'm going to call him." "David is handling the rehires." "David is offering him a job. I'm not offering him a job." "Then what are you offering?" "I don't know yet." Nathan looked at him for 3 seconds. "Call him." Jack went to his desk, pulled up Kevin Park's number from the source management system. Yasmin had it in the contact database. Jack had never called it. He'd never met Kevin Park. He'd read his name in briefing documents and source lists and employee rosters for 14 days. A data point and a strategy. He called. 4 rings. Voicemail. Kevin's voice was professional and steady. The voice of someone who had practiced his voicemail greeting because it mattered. Jack hung up without leaving a message. He texted instead, "Kevin, this is Jack Whelan from REDACT. I'd like to talk if you're willin'. No agenda. He put the phone down, picked it up, put it down. At 11:15, his phone buzzed. A text from Kevin Park. 5 words. I read the article. No. Jack stared at the screen. He typed 3 different responses. Deleted each one. Set the phone on the desk. He walked to the window. Midtown. Traffic. A delivery truck double-parked on 48th Street. A woman crossing against a light while looking at her phone. Nobody down there was thinking about Kevin Park. Nobody up here was thinking about Kevin Park. The story had already moved past him. That was the whole design. He went back to his desk, opened the media monitoring dashboard. Cross's article was at 1, 200 pickups across outlets. Social mentions at 34, as it was 0 and climbing. 3 cable networks had segments scheduled for the evening news. The phrase manufactured case was trending on 2 platforms. The narrative had reached terminal velocity. It would peak by Thursday, plateau through the weekend, and begin its decay curve by Monday. By the following week, Meridian would be a reference in other people's stories, not a story itself. A paragraph in someone else's piece. A footnote. Kevin Park would still be 26 with a name in the public record. Tom Brandt walked past Jack's desk carrying a box of files. He stopped. Good piece, Tom said. Cross really nailed the cron job section. Yeah. Priya says the velocity is tracking above her projection. She thinks it peaks at 40K mentions by end of day. Sounds right. You okay? I'm fine. Nathan wants a debrief at 3. Case retrospective. Full team. I'll be there. Tom walked off. Jack looked at the monitoring dashboard. The numbers were moving. They always moved. That was the thing about media metrics. They suggested urgency, importance, the weight of attention. They suggested the world was watching. And then the numbers stopped moving. And the story was dead. And the people inside the story were still standing there, watching the cameras leave. His phone buzzed. Kevin Park. You managed the press strategy. Jack typed back. Yes. 30 seconds. The counter-narrative. The UN piece. That was you. Yes. A minute. 2 minutes. The counter-narrative is what got me fired. Shaw's people identified REDACT's sources after the journal piece ran. I was the easiest one to find because I was the most junior. They burned me to discredit your evidence chain. Jack read it twice. That's correct, he typed. And now I'm paragraph 4. Jack set the phone down, picked it up. I know, he typed. Nothing for 5 minutes. The 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. What do you want, Mr. Whelan? Jack typed, deleted it, typed again. I wanted to see if you'd pick up. I didn't. I noticed. Nothing for 2 minutes. Then, David Chen called me 4 times. I haven't called him back. He's going to offer me my job. I don't want my job. I want my name back. Can REDACT do that? Jack read it again. No, he typed. We can't. Then we don't have anything to talk about. Jack sat with that for a long time. The monitoring dashboard refreshed. 36, 400 mentions. Cross's article had been cited in 14 follow-up pieces since 6 a.m. The story was working exactly the way Jack had designed the press strategy to make it work. The manufactured case exposed. The board faction dismantled. The CEO vindicated. The definitive article published. and by March, someone would reference the Meridian situation in a think piece about corporate governance reform that 3,000 people would read and nobody would act on. Kevin Park would still be 26 with a name in the public record. Jack closed the monitoring dashboard. He opened a blank email, typed Kevin Park's address in the field, stared at the cursor for 30 seconds, closed the email without typing a word. He pulled up the other coverage. 3 outlets had already published their own takes on Cross's article. Rewrites, mostly, taking Cross's reporting and repackaging it with different headlines. Inside the corporate conspiracy that nearly destroyed a 14B company. Board faction ran 14-month campaign against own CEO. Report finds. The Meridian scandal was a hoax. That last one was from a blog that reduced everything to culture warframing. None of them mentioned Kevin Park. He was in Cross's piece. He was in nobody else's. A detail that didn't survive the rewrite. Jack called Yasmin. "You saw the piece," she said. "I saw paragraph 4. "I saw it too." "Did you call him?" "Last week, before it published. I told him his name would be in it." "What did he say?" "He said he knew." "Oh, how'd he sound?" Yasmin was quiet for a second. He sounded like someone reading his own obituary. "That bad?" "He's 26, Jack. He doesn't know this is just what happens." "Is it?" "Is it what?" "Just what happens." "Yes." "You sound sure." "I sound like someone who's done this more than once. So do you. That's the problem." "Yasmin. The debrief is at 3. Are you coming?" "I'll be there." He hung up. The office was quiet. The war room was half dismantled. The whiteboards had been erased. The timeline, the conspiracy map, the source chain, the clock countdown, all gone. Clean white surfaces, ready for the next case. Jack pulled up Cross's article one more time, scrolled to paragraph 4, read the 41 words. He scrolled down, read the rest. Cross had structured the ending around the systemic question. How many other boards were running the same playbook? How many other Kevin Parks were out there, unnamed and uncounted? 3 paragraphs of institutional framing. No answer. The article ended where all articles end, with a question the reporter can't answer and the reader won't remember. Jack closed the laptop. At 2:47, his phone rang. Nathan's extension. Jack, before the debrief. "Yeah." "New referral came in this morning. Fintech founder, board action. I need you on press assessment by end of week." "How bad?" 3 reporters already working it, 1 at the Journal." "Which one?" "Not Rachel, someone new. Junior." "Timeline?" "The founder says 3 weeks. I told him it'll be shorter." "It's always shorter." "End of week. Jack, coverage map, reporter profiles, narrative vulnerability assessment." "I'll start tonight." "Good." Jack paused. "Nathan." "Yeah." Kevin Park texted me back. "And?" "He said he doesn't want his job. He wants his name back." Nathan was quiet for 2 seconds. "We can't give him that." I told him. "What did he say?" "He said we don't have anything to talk about." Nathan was quiet again. "He's right." "Yeah." "The debrief is at 3. Don't be late." Nathan hung up. Jack looked at his phone. The text thread with Kevin Park was still open on the screen. The last message. Then we don't have anything to talk about. Jack closed the thread. He opened the new client file Nathan had emailed 20 minutes ago. A fintech company. A board dispute. 3 reporters. A timeline the founder thought was 3 weeks and Nathan knew would be shorter. A clock already running somewhere that nobody had started counting yet. He started reading. His phone buzzed. A push alert. Cross's article had been picked up by the AP wire. National distribution. The story was everywhere now. By Thursday, it would peak. By next Monday, it would be dying. By March, it would be dead. Kevin Park would still be in paragraph 4. The machine doesn't stop. It just points at the next thing. Jack read the new client file. He read it twice. He picked up a pen and started making notes. Chapter 31. Rehire. The boardroom had 4 new faces. Same table, same windows. Different people in 3 of the chairs where Shaw's faction used to sit. David opened the meeting at 9:02. He'd started opening meetings 2 minutes late. Nobody had asked why. He hadn't explained. Revenue update, he said. Sarah. Sarah pulled up the dashboard on the wall screen. Q4 pipeline. Client retention. 3 contracts that had paused during the crisis were back in motion. 2 weren't coming back. She walked through the numbers in 4 minutes. Stock, David said. Michael Liang leaned forward. Closed yesterday at 109, down 8% from pre-crisis. Recovery trajectory puts us at par in 4 to 6 months, assuming no further press. Assuming, David said. Assuming. Margaret Liu tapped her pen on the table. The institutional holders who sold during the dip. Any indication they're rebuilding positions? Franklin re-entered 2 days ago, Liang said. Small position. Symbolic. Symbolic is a start, Margaret said. David looked around the table. Margaret Liu. 2 new independents he'd recruited personally. Sarah, reinstated as CTO 3 days after Cross's article published. Liang. James Hartley on the phone from New York. James, David said. Anything from your end? Hartley's voice came through the speaker. New outside counsel starts Monday. Nina Park's firm is handling the transition. I'd recommend a joint session Wednesday to align on the regulatory posture going forward. Set it up. Already in motion. Any other business, David said. Nobody spoke. He closed the meeting at 9:14. 12 minutes. Sarah stayed behind. She closed her laptop and waited until the room was empty. The last person out was Margaret, who paused at the door and looked back at David. He nodded. She left. 12 minutes, Sarah said. I said what needed saying. You asked more questions in 12 minutes than you used to ask in an hour. David straightened the papers in front of him. He didn't answer. That's not a complaint, Sarah said. I know. She stood up, walked to the window. The parking lot below was half full. A delivery truck idled near the loading dock. She turned back. You run meetings differently now, she said. I run meetings. Sarah picked up her laptop. Hartley called earlier, before the meeting. He mentioned James Huang published a retraction. David looked up. When? This morning, on the same blog, what I got wrong about Meridian, 800 words. How many people saw the original? The original was screenshotted and reposted across 14 platforms. Priya tracked it. Cumulative reach somewhere north of 4 million. And the retraction. It's been up 6 hours. 1,100 views. David nodded. He'd never asked how REDACT tracked reach across 14 platforms in real time. He didn't ask now. He put the papers in a folder. He put the folder in his bag. He checked his phone. Checked it again. "I want to hire back everyone who was fired," he said. Sarah set her laptop down on the table. "Everyone?" "Everyone who wants to come back." Lisa Park is already back. She started Monday. "I talked to her this morning," David said. "Stopped by her desk. She's on the 4th floor now." "I know. I approved the transfer." She said it was strange, walking back into a building where she'd been escorted out. Sarah didn't say anything. "I want the others. Derek Yoon, Sandra Walsh, Maria Acosta, the 4 analysts on Kevin's team who were let go during the restructure." "David, some of them have moved on." "Then I'll ask. If they say no, they say no." "And the ones who don't want to come back?" "Then I failed them." Sarah picked up her laptop again, held it against her chest. "I'll get you their contact information. I'll call them myself." "I know you will." She stopped at the door. "The HR team is going to want a framework for this. Reinstatement terms, back pay calculations, benefits continuity. Tell them to draft something by end of day, full reinstatement, full back pay, no gaps in benefits." "That's expensive." "I know what it costs." She left. David sat in the empty boardroom. The wall screen still showed Liang's revenue dashboard. He reached for the remote and turned it off. The screen went dark. He took out his phone. He pulled up the list Sarah had sent him the night before. 8 names. 8 terminations between days 5 and 8. He called Derek Yoon first. Yoon picked up on the second ring. "Derek, it's David Chen." He listened. I know it's been a while. I'm calling to offer you your position back, full reinstatement, back pay for the entire period." He listened. "Seattle. Good. I'm glad you landed somewhere." He listened. "No pressure. I'm just telling you the door is open." He listened. "No, I mean it. You shouldn't have been in that position. None of you should have been." He listened. "Thank you, Derek. And if anything changes, you've got my direct number." He wrote declined next to Yoon's name. He sat for a moment. Yoon had been with Meridian for 3 years. Built the analytics pipeline for the compliance team. Left in a box on a Saturday afternoon. He called Sandra Walsh. "Sandra, David Chen?" He listened. "Same offer. Full reinstatement, a back pay, same title, benefits continuity, no gap on your record." He listened. "I understand you'd want to think about it." He listened longer. "Yes. Starting whenever you're ready. We'll work around your timeline." He listened. "I'm glad. I'll have HR send the paperwork today." He wrote accepted next to her name. He called the next person, Maria Acosta. She picked up on the first ring, which surprised him. "Maria, it's David." "I know who it is." He paused. "I'm calling to offer you your position back." I saw the article, the cross piece. "Full reinstatement, back pay, same terms as before." "David, I spent 3 weeks explaining to my mother why I was fired from a company she saw on the news. She doesn't read English well. My sister translated the headline for her. He didn't say anything. "I'll come back," Maria said. "But I need you to know it wasn't just a job I lost." "I know." "Do you?" "I'm trying to. HR can send the paperwork." "They will. Today." "Okay." She hung up. David wrote "accepted" next to her name. He looked at the word for a moment. Accepted. As if the word covered what had just happened. He worked through the list. 2 of the analysts from Kevin's team had found positions at a competitor within 2 weeks. The 3rd had gone back to graduate school. The 4th, Jennifer Tan, answered and cried on the phone for 30 seconds before saying yes. By 11:30, he'd reached 7 of the 8. 5 accepted. 2 had found other jobs and were staying. He wished each of them well. He meant it both times. He was not sure either of them believed him. The 8th name was Kevin Park. David called. 4 rings. Voicemail. He set the phone on the conference table. Picked it up. Called again at noon. Voicemail. At 2:15. Voicemail. He put the phone down. Picked it up. Put it down again. He went to his office. The list sat on his desk. 7 names with outcomes next to them. The 8th was blank. At 3 Hase, he called Sarah. Still no answer from Kevin. Give it time. How much time? As much as he needs. His name is in a Times article. Sarah. I know where his name is. At 4:40, Sarah came into his office. She sat in the chair across from his desk. The chair Shaw used to sit in during board prep meetings. David noticed. Sarah noticed him noticing. "How'd it go?" she said. 5 back, 2 staying where they are, 1 I can't reach. "Who?" "Kevin Park." Sarah leaned back. "Kevin's different." "I know." His name was in Cross's article. In the SEC review filings. It's in the public record now. Every background check. Every compliance screen. I know that. What are you offering him? Same as everyone. Full reinstatement. Back pay. We'll match any competing offer. And if that's not enough? David checked his phone. No missed calls. No texts. I don't know. Try him again tomorrow, Sarah said. I will. And David. Yeah. Some of this you can't fix by writing a check. I know. I don't think you do. Not yet. She left. He tried Kevin again at 5:30. Voicemail. He listened to the recording. Kevin's voice. Professional. Steady. The voice of someone who had rehearsed a voicemail greeting because it mattered. He tried the next day. Voicemail. Wednesday. Voicemail. Thursday morning. Thursday afternoon. He stopped leaving messages after the 3rd one. The silence on Kevin's end said what it needed to say. On Friday, at 6:15 p.m., his phone rang. Kevin Park. David answered before the 2nd ring. Kevin, thank you for calling back. He listened. I understand. Take your time. He listened. Full reinstatement. Back pay for the full period. We'll match any competing offer. Benefits continuity. Everything. He listened. He sat down in his desk chair. The office was dim. He hadn't turned the overhead lights on that morning and hadn't noticed until now. Kevin, I'm sorry. He listened. You're right. He listened for a long time. He didn't interrupt. He pulled a pen from his desk and held it, but didn't write anything. The pen was the same one he'd used to take notes during Shaw's board meetings. He set it down. I hear you. He listened. No, you don't owe me anything. You don't owe this company anything." He listened. "I can't fix it. I know that. I'm not calling to fix it." He listened. "I'm calling because you deserved a phone call. Not a letter, not an email, not someone from HR." He listened. "If you ever change your mind, any time, the offer stands. It doesn't expire." He listened. "Goodbye, Kevin." He put the phone down. The office was empty. The lights in the hallway were off. The cleaning crew had come and gone at some point. His trash can had a fresh liner. David opened Kevin Park's file on his screen. 26 years old. University of Michigan. Hired 2 years ago as a junior data analyst. Performance reviews. Exceeds expectations. Exceeds expectations. Exceeds expectations. Fired on a Saturday, 5 days after talking to a woman in a parking garage. Cross's article was 8,000 words. Kevin Park was in paragraph 4. Not a character. A detail. He scrolled through the file. Kevin's onboarding photo. Badge photo. A team photo from an off-site 6 months ago. Kevin was in the back row. He was smiling. The person next to him was Lisa Park, his manager, who was also smiling. David closed the file. He turned off his computer. He picked up his bag. The list was still on his desk. 7 names with outcomes, 1 name with nothing next to it. He folded the list and put it in his jacket pocket. The security guard nodded. "Good night, Mr. Chen." "Good night." "Long day?" "Yeah." He walked to his car. He sat in the driver's seat. The parking garage was quiet. 3 other cars on this level. None of them near his. His phone buzzed. Sarah. "Kevin just called me too," she said. "David didn't start the engine." "What did he say?" "He said he's talking to a lawyer." David stared at the windshield. A concrete pillar. A fluorescent light. "About us?" "About us." He sat there. Says the garage was cold. His breath fogged slightly. "Is he right to?" David said. Sarah was quiet. "Sarah." "I can't answer that. Not as your wife and not as CTO. As Sarah." He talked to Yasmin in a parking garage because she asked him questions and he answered honestly. He got fired. His name ended up in a national newspaper. He's 26 and his career in this industry is over. "I know all of that." "Then you know why he's talking to a lawyer." David gripped the steering wheel. The leather was cold. "Set up a meeting with legal for Monday morning," he said. 7 a.m. "Already did," Sarah said. She hung up. David started the engine. The headlights hit the concrete wall. He sat for another moment. He took the folded list from his jacket pocket. 8 names, 5 accepted, 2 declined, 1 blank. He put the list back. He drove home. Merged into 30 the story, EMD. See Reader Panel, Phase 1 Fix.